Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final round of the HKRC Club Championship. My name is Charlie Ellis, and you join me here at a very soggy Kimbolton circuit. We've been experiencing very high speeds of winds this weekend, about 50 to 40 miles an hour. And it's been very wet, as you can see on your screens. The track has certainly been hit hard, but the drivers are taking to the track and having loads of fun. It's the final round of the championship, so champions will be crowned as we head into our finals later today. We've got two heats coming up first, and the first race will be the Micromax Honda 200 and IAB Water Swift Restricted. So we'll be just waiting for them to come out. They're going to be 7-minute heats plus that additional lap. And it's going to be a very interesting one, to be said. We've been battling at the Kimbolton circuit for 9 rounds now, and we've been showcased with loads and loads of racing. I mean, the action has been insane recently. The past few rounds have just been absolutely insane, but that's what we want to see. Here is the starting grid then for your first race. Theo Hamilton in the Honda 200 starts from pole, from Jan Prakash in second. Noah Clark starts from third with Jack Wykes in fourth. And it's going to be Sri Kantan and Jack Fulbakama on row 3 from Duffy and Becker. From Grant and Duncan to Bork and Blakemore on row 6. From Wilden and Knox in row 7. From Rowlands and Henderson on row 8. From Duffy and Quinklen on row 9. From Scott and Parker Ray on your 10th row. There are many drivers in this Honda 200 and Micromax grid. Let's have a little look at the Honda 200 Championship. So at the moment, Theo Hamilton does lead it, and there's about 108 points are up for grabs this weekend. And Theo Hamilton's battling out with Elliot Bork, and I think Theo Hamilton's pretty much got this completed. He's around 120 points in front of Elliot Bork, so I think our 2024 Honda Cadet champion has pretty much already been crowned by the driver of number 30. We'll have to wait and see though, because there are drop rounds to be considered after the weekend. So we'll be calling the provisional championship results, but they won't be official as of yet. So just a few shots of the track here. It's been very wet all over this weekend. Drivers have been trying to learn where the wet patches are. Well, they're going to be everywhere, but trying to learn that wet line, because on some wet days, some parts of the track could be quicker than others. It's really dependent on the track surface. And obviously the drivers will be trying to avoid the big patches of puddles, because the second you hit that, you're going spinning straight away. So much aquaplane in these karts going through those puddles. There's your front row, and there is Theo Hamilton on your left on the front row, and the marshal just walking over to the gate now. So any minute now we should be getting ready to go racing. I can see green flags all over the circuit, which means the circuit is clear for racing. And I think it's a good time to mention as well a shout out to the Race IQ app, where it shows all the live race data you need to be a winner direct to your phone. With no need for GPS trackers or electro kit, Race IQ is a simple way to view valuable real-time race data after the lights go green. Know where you stand by tracking your position, your lap times, your gap data between drivers in front and behind you, and you also get a lap counter with your best lap information. Everything you need to know to develop your Race IQ. So make sure you go and sign up to Race IQ. Make sure you head down to the website and have a look and get yourself sorted. There is a massive puddle patch there, and I hope the drivers won't be going off there, because that's quite far into the grass. So let's see what happens here. The statistics of this first corner has been that the driver who starts on pole 40% of the time doesn't actually come out in P1 after the first corner. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch as we go through the day. So just a bit of waiting here. Waiting for the drivers to get on circuit. Let's have a look through a few more of our championships. So the Micromaxes who are in this one as well. Finley Beals leads the way in that championship from James Durex in second. And like the Hondas, Finley Beals has got a 120-point lead. So at the moment, provisionally, he has sealed a championship. However, if he doesn't, if the drop rounds are to be considered, and he's had a bad couple of rounds, that could really throw it apart. So as we said before, all these championship results will be provisional, as well with the race results, because as you know, many things can happen in the race. There's a few of our spectators there on our final corner having a little watch to hopefully see their child out on circuit. This karting paddock is a real family sport and it's really good to get into. Let's get racing then. The drivers are heading out onto the circuit and it's going to be a very exciting one. We've got the Hondas who will be in front of the other classes. And I'm just trying to get my live timings up. There is Theo Hamilton on your screens. He'll be going around the going into the Downweldon complex. And unlike the dry conditions, they won't really need to be warming up those tyres. They'll kind of generate the heat as it is. So the drivers will now start slowing down. And soon enough we'll be ready to get racing for the final round of the Club Championship. We've been battling here over 9 rounds. This is the final round. This is where champions will be crowned. Let's get racing in Honda 200s then. As they come round, will we be going first time? I don't think so. There's a false start being thrown, and I think that was because the drivers weren't really together at the start there. So they'll have to go around again. So not the best start there for the Cadet drivers. A full start to signal them around, and the other drivers will be coming around shortly. That'll be the Micromaxes. They'll have to go around again. And you can just see on your screens how wet it really is. You can see the karts throwing up spray. And so they'll come round down Weldon Corner, start slowing down again. And now hopefully we can get racing for the second time of asking. Oh, driver spinning off there. I think that might have been the number 77. Was that Ashley Ruggles? Who is... oh, actually, no, he's in the Micromaxes, so it shan't be him. Let's see what happens then as they come around the final corner. Will we get going for the second time of asking? It's going to be Theo Hamilton and J.M. Prakash on your front row. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. Theo Hamilton covers that inside line. And who is that into third? He's going to go for second. That will be Noah Clark. And oh, go with driver spinning there. That was the number 22 of Demo Rowlands. So problems there for Rowlands, and he'll be going again. And oh my word, what has happened there? Multiple drivers going off, and was one of them drivers Elliot Bork, the driver who is second in the championship. Not the best of starts for him, and Noah Clark is into the lead of the race with Theo Hamilton, who dropped down into second. So a brilliant start by the 41 driver, who leads the way down into Kestrel Corner. And oh, is that a move from J.M. Prakash on a driver? I couldn't see if he made it. And oh, that's a late move for second place. Would that be Jack Wykes, who's had a look on Theo Hamilton? They're going to be rowing pods as they come round down the start-finish straight. And oh, Theo Hamilton throwing signals to the driver in front, saying, what were you playing at? Going to that turn 1, and oh my word, Prakash getting pushed by Jack Fulbakama, it looks like, going into that turn 1. There was a yellow flag in sector 1 for the stricken karts in the pile-up at turn 3. Now, I didn't really see what happened there, but in these wet conditions, where the drivers will be understeering and ending up in all different parts of the circuit, it is more likely to happen a pile-up. So, Theo Hamilton, your championship leader, stays in 3rd. Noah Clark is in 1st. And it is Jack White who's in 2nd. Now, Jack has got quite a bit of pace at the moment. He's had a really good start to the race. He's made up 2 positions. And, oh, Theo Hamilton runs wide there. Was that Jay and Prakash on the inside who made a move? And I think Theo Hamilton just about held on to that one. So there is Elliot Bork on your screens, the driver who's 2nd in the championship. He's all the way down in 15th. So not the best start. He lost 4 positions, but these are random grids we have to remember. So there is Prakash on your screens. He's in the battle with Jack Fulbakama. He's pulled a gap from Fulbakama, but as you can see, a 1/10 gap can easily be closed. Noah Clark is being pressured now by Jack White. Could this be a move? Well, they can't overtake now. They're going into a yellow sector. And I think that is for a driver who's off. So they'll need to slow down and wait till that green flag sector. They've gone through the green flag, so they are back racing. There's Theo Hamilton. He's dropped to 5th. And it looks like Shaylan Shriekerton is in 6th. And a driver to watch out for, Jerry Duffy and Jack Scott, have both made up 10 and 11 places respectively. And they are currently sitting in 7th and 8th, so good job by them two. Now the battle at the front is still on. Jay and Prakash may have a look to capitalise on these top 2 battling. He's closing a lot on this lap. And oh, is that going to be a move for 2nd? They'll run side by side, but he can't get it done. Noah Clark still holds away. He'll put his hand up because there is a yellow flag. So he'll stipulate to the marshals that he's seen the yellow flag and he knows to slow down. But you can see in these wet conditions, you'll watch them as they come down into turn 1. They're having to take a different line to your usual dry line, which is going to be wide on the entry, get to the apex on the corner, and let it run out wide. They'll kind of break in the middle, find where there won't be much rubber. Whoa! That 44 car nearly getting into a spin. That was Edward Munns who was struggling coming out that final corner. Jay and Prakash, my apologies, into 2nd place. He's got past Noah Clark as Jack White has made the move for the lead. He's already pulled a big gap already. That's about a 3/10 gap already, so a good job there by Jack White. And yeah, you can see, oh, well, the number 41 kart there, he got very squirmy coming out of that Den Weldon complex. He hit the curb on the final curb coming out of that corner and threw himself to the exit curb. And you could just see him spinning the wheels. So that's a good drive by George Weldon as well. He's made up 4 places. He's into 9th, and George has come on a lot recently as a Honda Cadet driver. He had a rough start to his year. He was still in the habit of learning karting, and throughout the year he's improved a lot, and he's now finding himself in 8th place, just behind Jerry Duffy. So you can just see there, Jack White, he's really sliding the rear. And in these Honda Cadet karts, that is sort of what you want to do. You want to use the rear of the kart to get you around the corner, because the front of the kart is just going to understeer. You'll see him turn into the corner, and the kart will just go straight on. A driver spinning off there, that's one of the micromaxes. That was Ollie, could that be Ollie Knox, who's had a little spin? I think it might well be. So, problems there for Ollie. Oh, actually no, it's a 22, my apologies. So that's Seki Komatsu, who had a little spin there at the final corner. The final corner, very hard corner to overtake. And to drive in itself, it's a corner where you have to go in very hard and try and get the kart stopped just before you see the barriers. So this Kimbolton circuit is really fun to play at in both dry and wet conditions, and these drivers will learn a lot about controlling their car and using their car to get them round this 1,000 meter circuit. As they come down the start-finish straight once again, it's still Jack White's at least away. They've got about 10 seconds left, plus that additional lap. So we'll have about 2 laps left of racing. This will be the penultimate lap. And watch out for Jayan Prakash, who has closed in a lot on the last couple of laps. So could this be a last lap move from Prakash? We'll have to wait and see. It's Shailen Srikatan who actually holds the fastest lap. He has a 56.42. So the dry and wet conditions, the times will be about 9 to 10 seconds difference, and that's just the fact of the pure speed they can't carry through the corner. And look at Jay and Prakash, who went really late into that final corner. You can see the drivers using different lines. You saw the leader kind of take a normal line, and there we go. You can see Prakash, he'll brake in the middle of the corner, turn in the middle of the corner, and that's where he'll find the most grip maybe. Now these drivers were in the wet conditions yesterday, so they're going to have used that knowledge to their best abilities. And oh, who was that spinning? Was that Jack Fulbakama? And he's pushed Theo Hamilton off the circuit. That wasn't captured on your screens, but I just had a look out my commentary box, and as Jack Fulbakama came off that, really nice save it has to be said, he did not see Theo Hamilton and force him onto the grass, but Jack White is going to come round Kestrel corner and into the Kimbolton corner. I don't think Jayan Prakash could have formed the move, or could he? Because he had a look at the final corner, but it's going to be Jack White who wins the first heat in Honda 200s. He'll win from Jayan Prakash in second, Noah Clark there in third. Good to see Prakash stipulating his sportsmanship to Jack White to congratulate him on a really fun race that looked like. It was Shailen Srikatan who finished in fourth, from Jack Fulbakama in fifth. Joey Duffy rounded off in sixth, made up 11 places. Good job by him. Dano Rowlands into seventh, with Elliot Bork who recovered to eighth, with Riley Blakemore in ninth, and George Wilden who finished in 10th. Theo Hamilton finished down in 11th, so not the best result for Hamilton. He lost 10 places throughout that race, so the driver who started from pole did not have the best luck. Jack Scott finished in 12th, from Reggie Duffy in 13th. George Pickett was 14th, from Finley Beals, who took the win in the Micromaxes. A good job there by Finley Beals. We didn't really speak much about him, but he managed to pull a second gap from Uzanov, who was second, from Mason Munzer in third, and it was Joseph Cox and Teddy Murphy who rounds out your top 5 in the Micromaxes. And Oliver Brunt finished in 6th. So a good finish to start off the day. Our first race here at Kimbolton to start the final round of the Club Championship. And soon enough we'll be going into our Mini-Max 950, Mini-Inter, whatever you like to call it. And we'll be getting ready for our second race of the day. So we'll have a little look now of the championship standings. It's Max Wheatley who leads the way. Now, on the overall results, Jensen Sales in second. He's only 70 points behind, so the championship battle is still not done as of yet. Here is the lineup then. Hayden Fisher will start from pole, from Teddy Higgs and Benjamin Lawn in third. Max Wheatley will start from fourth, from Esme Rose, Oliver Barton, Rakumu Komatsu and Rian Townsend in 8th. Akil Nagioni and Lewis Herberson rounds out your row 5, from Toby Wortley, Jensen Sale, Logan Baker, Sebastian Clark, Thomas Baker and Fauna Oak will round out your row 8. from Mason Brooks, Harley Musk, Jarlath Sayer, Night Measures, and Austin Gibson will be there near the back. So this will be an exciting one. We've got drivers up and down the grid who are very quick, and these random grids, they do throw a bit of action in, as the drivers will have to try and make their way through the field, all the quick ones who are spread it across this field. So the championship, as we said, isn't done yet. On drop scores, Max Wheatley has 780 points, with Jensen Sale, who has 769, and Hayden Fisher has 702, and Sebastian Clark with 664. So there is about 3 drivers who could possibly win this championship, but it won't come into effect just yet until we get to the finals. Obviously, the drivers were trying to make as much points they can in the heat to firstly secure themselves on a good final position. But anyway, let's stop the talking. Let's get racing for the second race of the day, and we're off and away down into turn 1. Hayden Fisher will hold that inside. Watch out for Max Wheatley, who manages to get into lead. Oh, one of the drivers on the front row going for a little spin. That was Teddy Higgs, who did not have the best of luck there. Max Wheatley got to the inside, to the outside, but covered off from Higgs, and I don't think Higgs could get the car stopped in time. Max Wheatley is into second, or is he? Because Benjamin Long goes inside. Oh, is that the driver of Hayden Fisher cutting the inside of the chicane? Now, I don't think he could get the car stopped, which forced him onto that. Oh my word! Contact between Benjamin Lawn and Max Wheatley, the drivers who are second and third and are in the battle for the championship, coming together. Now, I wonder if that was Lawn just having a better run, and Max Wheatley, who tried to cover off from him, and the two just met together. Hayden Fisher still holds away in the lead. Now, he did go off on that first lap, so I wonder if the stewards may have something to say about that. He technically did not gain anything, position-wise. He has gained a lot of time on the circuit. So we'll have to wait and see for the final results. Of course, you can see the final results through motorsporttiming.uk. Now, Benjamin Lawn is in second place. Oh, actually, is he? Because Max Wheatley goes to the inside. Now, you can see what I mean about how the drivers take different lines around the Kimbolton circuit in these wet conditions. So you can see there, Benjamin Lawn took quite a wide line, and Max Wheatley, who's getting forced wide, he took an inside line. Whoa, look at that! Max Wheatley made 3 places in that one corner, and that was all because he used the inside curb to rotate himself while all the drivers went to the outside to find the better grip. And now you can just see it here. Some drivers will go to the outside, some drivers will go to the inside. And, well, this race is really shaking up already, and we've only just started. We've still got 4.5 minutes on the clock, plus that additional lap. Do these drivers know it's only the first heat, and they've still got another race to go before the finals? Now, these drivers do have to watch out that they don't cause any damage to the cars. These are very quick turnovers between the races. We've only got about an hour between the first race and the heat race for these drivers, so they'll need to look after the cars, making sure they don't do anything silly. Now, that's a very distinct coloured livery, and that's Akil Nangioni, who's having a really good start to this race. You can see on your screens there, that red and yellow livery. It might be one of the best liveries I've seen on this grid, actually. It's really nice. But there is Max Wheatley on your screens. He's in second place at the moment. And Sebastian Clark is there in third. Now, there is the leader on your screens, Hayden Fisher. Now, Sebastian Clark, is that the move for second place? Yes, it is. Now, his teammate Benjamin Lawn tried to have a look through as well, but Max Wheatley covered off brilliantly. So you could just see Max Wheatley hopping over the curbs. Now, that's just to use the curb to rotate the car, because the paint is very slippery, which means they can use the paint to get the rear of the kart sliding. These drivers, we do have to say, they're only about 8 to 11 years old, and the knowledge that they already have is pretty outstanding. Now they're going to come through a blue flag sector, and that's for this driver on the outside of your turn one, that Birrell ART kart. Now that's going to be the 57 of Thomas Baker, who is going to do a brilliant good job there of getting out of the way. Hayden Fisher there still leads the way. Sebastian Clark is in second. Now Benjamin Lawn went for the move on Max Wheatley, and I think he's got it covered. And oh, has he? Because Max Wheatley goes straight round the outside. See you later, says Max Wheatley. I'll be taking my place back. And Jensen Sale there, who's second in the championship, he's battling with Gioni. And that's the battle for fifth. And Oliver Barton as well, he's closing in. He's in seventh at the moment, but could this be a move? Wow, what a move from Gioni. Makes up 2 places in that final corner. And that was just because of the different wet lines they were taking. Now, although they made the move on the inside, Gioni's going to have a bad run coming out the start-finish straight. That meant that he couldn't get the power down. That let Benjamin Lawn come back through on the inside. So the wet conditions really showcasing some brilliant racing. Now, these drivers, as we said before, need to conserve the energy and conserve their carts. They don't want to cause any damage to their carts, because it's not about the heat results that matter. It's about that final result where podiums are given. But drivers such as Jensen Sale will need to make sure he scores enough points in these heat races. He needs to finish as far ahead as possible, because he needs to get ahead of Max Wheatley for the championship. Now, although if he gets the move done on Max Wheatley, as he's still battling with Benjamin Lawn, so I don't think that will come soon enough. But let's say he does make the move on Max Wheatley, he'll still need to pull, well, he'll still need to get into the lead, because he won't have overtaken him in the championship. So throughout the day, we'll be going on about the championship results, as that is the main prize of these club championships. The drivers will be trying to win the finals, but it's all about that championship in the end. Final scores your points. It's points you win your championship. So that's the main prize here at the Kimbolton circuit, and Gioni does it yet again. Makes the move on 2 drivers into the final corner, but he can't get the power down as they come down to turn 1. And Benjamin Lawn will get back on the inside, and he'll make the move back on Oliver Barton, who's having a good race. Now, oh, Gioni! What a shame for Gioni, who was having a brilliant race there. Loses it through turn 2. Now, the Willow section, turn 2 and 3, is a very hard complex, because you've got to carry the speed through without losing the rear of the kart, because the second you lose that rear, the kart is just going to go on a little spin and you're going to become a passenger. Not much they could have really done there for Gioni. Hayden Fisher, though, will be coming to start the last lap, and Sebastian Clark in the last couple of laps, he has the fastest lap of the race, but has been closing in a lot on Hayden Fisher. Could this be a last lap move from Clark? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he still has a bit of a gap. It's about 4 tenths of a second at the moment. But one simple mistake from Fisher could see an advantage from Clark. So they'll come into the Down Weldon complex. And Clark, you can see, use a different line. And oh, they got ever so close through the Down Weldon complex. They'll come into Kestrel Corner now. Will Clark go to the inside? No, he doesn't. They'll both go round the outside. Now, does Hayden Fisher know he's there? I don't think he does. He'll cover on the outside. Will Clark go to the inside? Yes, he does. Will it be a drag race to the line? It's going to be so close. And Clark gets it. What a win from Clark, who takes the first heat win in Minimax Inter. Now, that just showcased the true understanding there of Gioni. Well, he's very, very annoyed at himself. But that just shows how interesting these wet condition plays in for the drivers. They can use different lines to beat their opponents. And you saw there, around the final corner, Clark took that inside line. He used the curb to get past Hayden Fisher there. And well, what a win. And here comes the Water Swifts coming through. So Night Measures took the win in the Water Swift Inters. That was followed by Austin Gibson in second. Oh, my apologies. Austin Gibson got it across the line. So well done to Gibson there, who takes the first heat win. Night Measures was in second. Harry Williams in third from Mason Brooks and Charlie Sayer from Xavier Fong and Harley Musk in sixth. And Logan Baker, Harrison Fordick and Thomas Baker rounds out the last three drivers to finish off an very exciting second race. I'm going to need to take a quick sip of my water because my throat was going. There's a little look at your Minimax Inters. So a brilliant job there by Sebastian Clark. And you won't see the driver. There is Mason Brooks on your screens. Mason Brooks, who's got a very big social media following. He has joined Fusion Motorsport a couple of years ago and has taken really well with them. Now I'm going to take a quick sip of my water. Let's have a little look at our June X30 grid. So, as the June X30 drivers take onto the circuit. Now, Jacko and Drawbridge has sealed the championship, but it's going to be a hard battle here in the last round. George Edgar will start from pole with Jacko and Drawbridge in second. Max Yule will be third from Aaron Richardson in fourth. Now, it's going to be Rocco Shenton, who's back with us at Kimbolton. He'll be starting from fifth. From Barney Copley, Ralphie Branscombe, who moves up to June X30. A good established Honda Cadet driver was Ralphie. From Archie Owen and Dylan Patel. From Alex Wiley and Simani Kira. Evan Purcell and Finley Allen. From Finley Lines, John Stewart, Max Cooper, Griffin Neckelberg and Henry Ryan rounds out your grid. So there is Jacko and Drawbridge on your screens. That very plain kart livery, it has to be said. George Edgar there, who represented the United Kingdom at the FIA Motorsport Games not long ago. So a well-established junior driver is George Edgar. Now let's see what happens here as they go down into turn one. We were talking about the driver who always leads into turn one may not always stay in the lead coming out of turn one. Now Jacko and Drawbridge will go wide to try and generate as much grip as possible to see if he can throw him round the outside. And oh my word, a couple of drivers spinning. Is that Jacko and Drawbridge, the championship leader? He has been taken out. So the driver who was on the front row there, he has lost it and he's actually gone for another spin there. So very unfortunate for Drawbridge there. George Edgar will lead the way, and is that one of his teammates in second place? It does look like so, and I couldn't really see what the number is. That's Ralphie Branscombe on your screens. He's got Rocco Shenton just behind. Now Rocco Shenton, a well-established June X30 driver. He's a very quick cadet driver a long time ago, and Rocco Shenton, you can see on your screens, is not afraid to make a move. That was a late move on Ralphie Branscombe. Now Rocco went really late on the brakes and used the curb to get the move done. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of that as a driver had to DNF from that first lap. That may well be John Seward. So unfortunate there for Seward, who I think was caught up in Drawbridge problems. So George Edgar leads the way then. Max Yule is into second from Aaron Richard in third. And Rocco Shenton in fourth. Watch out for Rocco Shenton. A very quick driver, it has to be said. He has still got a bit of a gap so far from Richardson in third. But I'm sure he'll be looking to close that gap. So George Edgar here on your screens, he'll be preparing for the British Karting Championships that will be held here at the Kimbolton circuit next year. And this shows the commitment some of these drivers have. They'll be already training here, getting ready for this British Championship round. That's in August next year, and they're already here trying to get as much experience as possible. Knowledge is so important in the motorsport game, and if you want to win, you have to put the commitment in, and you also have to put the money in. The Edgar family, with a lot of real good financial backing, so Edgar will be using that to his advantage to make sure that he gets enough experience around this Kimbolton circuit. Max Schul is there in second. Now, I don't think he'll be doing much at the moment. Now what's that? Rocco Shenton, who's just got through on Richardson. We'll wait until they come down into the first corner. Now, he does. He has made a move on Richardson. So, a good move there by Rocco Shenton. Now, I know Rocco's got the pace, but he has got a lot of time to make up if he wants to catch up to these top two. Now, we do know Rocco's a quick driver, but is he quick enough to close down a 4-second gap? These two Mick Barrett Racing drivers have really drove away from the rest of the grid. Now, will Yule have a look on Edgar here? He's closed in a lot on these last couple of laps, and here he goes for the move. Max Yule to the inside. Now, he used the curb. He's not going to have the best run coming out of the final corner. That's the perfect opportunity for George Edgar to get back his lead. And they'll come down into turn one. Will Max Yule do the same line as Edgar? Yes, he does. He'll go to the outside to find where the grip is. Now, you'll see the drivers, when they're on their own, they'll be using the outside lines. They'll be using all the grip as possible. But when they're in a pack and when they're battling against other drivers, they'll be using the curbs to just defend, and, you know, cover off from those drivers. So these wet conditions really shows a lot of skill from the drivers. You can see Edgar fighting the wheel as he comes through Kestra corner into Kimbolton corner. Now they'll go late on the brakes and turn the steering wheel as hard as possible. Rocco Shenton there on your screens. Now, let's wait until Rocco crosses the line. Let's see. He's made up 2 seconds in 1 lap. How on earth has Rocco Shenton done that? He set the fastest lap of a 54.2, and that is 6/10 faster than George Edgar. Rocco Shenton is back, and he's going to see if he can close down on his top two. Now, he's got 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So we'll have about 3 or 4 laps left of racing. Now, these drivers will be struggling to generate tyre temperature. I mean, my hands are absolutely freezing. It's not the warmest of days here at Kimbolton. Now, the sun is trying to come out, but it's not doing a good job at the moment. So, as they come across the line once again, George Edgar, he'll be slamming on those brakes going to turn one, using all the steering lock as possible. Now, that's just to jack up the rear tyre. And that will just be to try and get the kart round. I mean, the energy and the force applied by the drivers to these karts are immense. You really have to throw the kart around and being as aggressive as possible. You can see him launching the curbs. Now, watch out for Rocco Shenton. I was speaking about him not long ago. He is right on the back of Max Yule. He's got 50 seconds plus that additional lap. Could this be a last couple of laps move from Rocco Shenton? Look how late he goes into the last corner. What a move from Shenton. He couldn't get it done. But that just shows how aggressive Rocco Shenton is. This is only the 3rd race of the day, and we're getting provided with so much action here. We have to thank TNL Sports as well to provide us with this brilliant action. Max Yule has held on to 2nd place, but Rocco Shenton, don't count him out just yet. He'll look to the inside. He had a little nip to the grass. Now Rocco Shenton, he'll have to be careful. He doesn't want to pick up a front nose penalty. Now if he hits Max Yule quite hard up the rear, now that could see his nose cone. And has he got a drop nose cone? I don't think he does. It does look like it's wobbling though, so could that be a nose cone penalty for Rocco Shenton? Of course, these are provisional results. We'll let the scrutineers take care of that one. But Rocco Shenton is up into second. What a move from Shenton. Shenton is finding grip where no one really else is. He has raced at this Kimbolton circuit for a few years now, and oh my word, he's gone into the side of Max Yule, and that has spun Max Yule around, so that will put Ralphie Branscombe into third. Now then, what will the stewards be thinking of that move from Shenton? He was moving under the braking zone, which is not obliged to do. So what will Rocco Shenton be receiving after this race? Now, I do think he has a penalty for that front nose cone as it is, because you can see it wobbling as he comes down the straight. But George Edgar has drove this race perfectly. He stayed out of the carnage, and as he comes around the final corner, he'll take the win in June X30. And it's good to see June X30 back with a big grid, and we're sure to see that June X30 grid as well as the Scene X30 grid extending throughout the year of 2025. Now there's battles throughout the field. Max Yule was having, my apologies, Alex Wiley was having a good battle with Evan Purcell, and I think he just about held on to that one. So George Edgar takes the win there. A strong drive from Edgar. That was with Rocco Shenton in second, from Ralph Branscombe in third. Now Archie Owen finished fourth, and Finley Lyons made it up to fifth. He made up 9 places on that last on that race. Max Yule unfortunately dropped to sixth, and it was Finley Allen who finished in seventh from Purcell, Alex Wiley in ninth, and Aaron Richardson rounds out your top 10. Now it's unfortunate to see Jacko and Drawbridge had to retire from that race, as the rain is coming down harder, if we ever thought it could come down any harder. So that was a very exciting race, and we're only 3 races in, let's just say. We've got plenty more action coming. We've got 27 races for you today, and we've already done our first 3, and my voice is already starting to go. So the rain is coming down harder, and what will we see from the track? I mean, we had a lot of speculations about whether the meeting was going to run ahead. The winds have picked up by a lot, it has to be said. My commentary box is starting to rock now. So the rain is picking up, the wind speeds are picking up, but I don't think the drivers will mind that. They just want to go racing. So the next race coming up now is Scene X30s, and then after that we'll be heading into our TKM Extreme KZ, and then the start of our Rotax karts. We'll be having juniors, seniors, and the 177s. Let's have a look at our Scene X30 grid. It's going to be Lucas Armstrong and Katie Ashburn on the front row, from George Mayle and Harvey Roth on row 2. Lewis Bird and Oliver Harris from Harrison Morrow. Good to see Morrow back out. And Morgan Hill, who starts from 9th. It's a Thomas Hodge, who starts from 10th with King Garrity, the GB plate holder, and Harry Maynard. It's Natalie DeBeck and Sam Lewis from Lucas Mann and Jack Dan. Man and Dan, what a lineup that is. Ty Stanfield and Tristan Powell from Monty Breathwaite and Peter Judovich. Morgan Moore and Alvin Chu from Jasmine Taylor, Henry Rollins Hart, Matthew Morgan, Sam Braston, Josh Jones, Jensen Pugh, Rylan Etchberg, Karen Lask, Alfie O'Brien, Christopher Fox, Caden Harris Byer, Zach Whelan, and Barrett Roy Bacco rounds out your grid. Now, a proper mix of established Scene X30 drivers and some new drivers in this field. Now, the Scene X30 grid is really starting to pick up now. As you can see, the spray is getting a lot more now. These drivers are going to struggle to see in front of them. Now, we'll have a look at the championship a bit later in this race. But as they come round the final corner, let's see if we can go racing for the first time of asking. Now, Morgan Hill leads the championship from Tristan Powell. And Josh Jones in third. It's really close. The top four here with Jack Dan as well, who's fourth for the championship. Let's see what happens as we go into turn one. Look at the spray going into turn one. And Katie Ashman is having a real ding-dong battle as they go down into turn one. Now you can barely see the drivers as they come through. A couple drivers spinning there. And oh, what a 360 that was from Lucas Armstrong. Now, there are drivers going off all over the circuit. And, well, I wonder what will be said about this start, because we've seen about 8 karts go off at the moment. Now, these drivers who are struggling to see with the large amounts of spray, and as the track got heavier with the rain, drivers were starting to aquaplane. So I wonder what the marshals and the officials will be saying about this. And as they come round to finish the first lap, we'll see who's not made it through. But let's see who has made it through. Katie Ashman is leading the way. What a start from Ashman, who managed to hold on just about for Morgan Hill in second and Monty Brathwaite in third. Now, I'm just going to be waiting for my timing to update. The wet weather really taking a part into all the live timings. And as we update now, so who have we lost in that first lap? We've lost Harrison Morrow, who unfortunately on his return back to karting, he suffered some injuries at a different circuit a couple months ago, and it's good to see him recovered and back out racing, but he's not had the best of starts that first heat. Jack Dan, who's fourth in the championship, he had a chance to win this championship. I think that's going to have gone now. That was his only chance to score some good points. He's out of the race, and Killian Harris-Byatt is also out as well. Now let's get back to the racing, shall we? That is a good move from Peter Jurovic, it looks like, who's got past Monty Brathwaite. Now that's for third, and Peter Jurovic has made up 16 places. My word, on 2 laps, he's gone from 19th to 3rd. Well, what else can you say about that? That is absolutely incredible. Well done to Jurovic. Let's see what else he can do. He's battling with Morgan Hill now. Morgan Hill, who's leading the championship, he's got to put in consistent results now. This is the time where he could win this Kim Bolton championship. It's all about whether he can hold this these points for second, because you get a lot of points for being a second. Some drivers spinning off at Kestrel Corner, but we'll get back to the racing at the front, and Katie Ashman still holds away in the lead. Morgan Hill is in second place, and Brathwaite, good move. That was a very late move from Brathwaite. Gets on the inside of Jurovic, and Sam Lewis, who's returned back to racing. Good to see Sam Lewis back within in his Evolve kart. He's in 5th at the moment. Now, Sam Branson, who I think's had problems on that last lap, he's dropped near the back of the pack, and Natalie DeBeck is also out as well. So these karts are dropping like flies throughout this race, and let's see what else goes on, because we've still got 3 minutes left. And what a move from Sam Lewis, who used the curb to try and get on the inside of Brathwaite. He got past Brathwaite but couldn't do Jurovic. Let's see what Jurovic can do into turn 1, and contact between Lewis and Brathwaite. Lewis did a good job to hold on to that one, it has to be said. And these drivers, you can see the rear of the car going all over the place. The track has gotten a lot more wetter, and the wind has picked up, so that will take effect to these drivers. Now, the spray isn't as hard as the start, but we have to say that, 30 karts going into one corner at one time, you can imagine the spray. It's sort of like driving on the road. especially on the motorway, and what a move from Sam Lewis, but Morgan Hill will get him on the cutback. But it's like driving on the motorway and you're behind a car, and the closer you get to him, the more spray you'll receive. That's the sort of thing these drivers will be looking out for. They want to try and stay away so they can really see where they're going, but then not be too close that the spray will send them off the circuit. Now this battle for second place is really picking up, and this is just giving the perfect opportunity for Katie Ashman to lead. Now Ashman, who has had a really rough year, it has to be said, who has been struggling moments throughout the year, has had some highs, had some lows, but that is the pleasure of motorsport. Not everything is perfect, and what a move from Breathwaite. That was a perfect move, but he couldn't get it done. Now we've seen a lot of that, where drivers on the last corner, they'll use the curb to make the move, and then they'll try and cover off when they come out the corner, but they just can't do it. There's just not enough room. Now Keane Geraghty is a driver to watch out for. He set the fastest lap of the race, and he's only made up 4 places, but the driver who holds the GP plate, he may well be looking at making up some more moves. Now let's have a look through the grid then, because there's been some really good drivers by certain individuals. We have to talk about Jurovic again, making up 16 places. Now it could be 17 if he gets past Morgan Hill here. He'll go to the outside line to get the power down earlier. Now he'll have the run on Morgan Hill going into turn 1. Let's see what happens as they go into turn 1. Jurovic will look to the outside, but he can't get the move done on Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill will cover off perfectly. Now Monty Breathwaite on your screens, he's made up 13 places. Tristan Powell's made up 10. That'd be good for his championship. Aaron Lask has made up 21 places, that's to 8th. And Alfie O'Brien, who started in 30th, is now in the top 10. So a good drive by Brian. Ryan Ekberg is made up 13, he's into 15th. Now, I think this was all because of the problems at the start of the race for some of the drivers, because drivers such as Lucas Armstrong and Luca Mann, who were near the front of the pack, have seen themselves falling quite far down. Now Lewis Bird is under investigation. I wonder what that was for. That could be for maybe contact with another driver. We're on to the final lap now, and it's Katie Ashman who still leads the way. Morgan Hill is covering off from Jurovic, and I think Jurovic will just sit where he is and hold on to that perfect P3 spot. Now he needs to be considerate about his... Oh my word, I was going to say he needs to be considerate about his heat result. He nearly lost it then. Good save by Jurovic as they come down into the Kestrel corner. Now Katie Ashman, who has drove a perfect race, will come into the final corner. The battle for second will stay on, but Katie Ashman, what a drive it's been. She'll take the first heat win in Senior X30s. What a drive from Ashman, who kept it clean at the start, got into the lead, and has just pulled away. A brilliant job there by Ashman. It'll be Morgan Hill in second, from Jurovic in third. Breathwaite will be in fourth from Sam Lewis, Keane Geraghty, from Aaron Lask and Tristan Powell, with Harry Maynard and Alfie O'Brien, who rounds out the top 10. Morgan Hill and Harvey Roth from Lewis Bird, and Ryan Ekberg from Thomas Hodge, who rounds out your top 15. From Jensen Pugh, Ty Stansfield, Alvin Chewy, George Maywell, and Joshua Jones rounds out your top 20. Well, we're only 4 races in, and what a race that was for the Junior X30s. Now, we're just waiting for the last couple of drivers to come through. My word. What is there to say about that race? That was perfect. That's just getting a little way from Ollie Cook. As we say, the media side of things in the karting world has increased quite a lot. We see a lot more drivers now, not just in karting, but in cars as well. We see a lot more drivers who are hiring, videographers, photographers, and it's really good to see that side. And it adds a lot of promotional value, not just for the drivers, but for the circuits as well. Now, it's a good shout out, we have to say, to Ollie Cook and his media team. And if you are interested, he's on social medias, Ollie Cook, OC Media Management. Make sure you do have a little look and go check him out. We're just watching, I'm just watching through my commentary box some of the carts getting retrieved. Now, TKM Extreme is about to be out next. And we'll have a look at the championship, because the championship in TKM Extreme is very close. Now, Leo Robinson still leads the way from Spencer Lane and Kean Bennett. Charlie Whitehouse and Luke Jarman are in your top 5, and any one of those top 5 could win the championship. So, in this day and age, it'll be about conserving your car and looking after these heat results. And it will mostly come down to the finals, where the drivers will be looking to secure those championship results. And now I think we're going to have a bit of a break here, because there is still a medic on circuit. Now I think that may be for either Harrison Morrow or Jack Dan. And in fact it was for Harrison Morrow. So very unfortunate for Morrow, who suffered an accident at a different circuit a couple months ago. And we do have to say to Johan Kalichern as well, who would be racing here this weekend, we do hope you get well soon. Johan, who suffered some very heavy injuries. And Harrison Morrow, he's going to be sent to the medical room. He's going to be checked out. Hopefully he's alright. And the medics now parking up the ambulance. So hopefully we'll get the TKM Extreme Heat 1 away. So it is a perfect opportunity. We do have to thank the marshals, as always, who are bracing it out in these very wet and windy conditions. So, of course, a big thank you to the marshals and everyone who's involved. And a big shout out as well goes to TNL Sports, who are providing you with the shots. And we'll be happy to announce that we are going to be here as well for 2025. And we'll be bringing you all the action from every round of the 2025 HKRC Club Championship. Now, you see the rain is still coming down here. It wasn't as hard as the start of that CNX30 race, but it's still hard enough for these drivers to stay wary of the circuit. Now, they want to use this formation lap to check that, well, to learn where the grip is. And they'll be using that to its full extent. There is Kean Bennett on your screens there, the number 2. Now, Kean Bennett's had a really good Kim Bolton Club campaign in 2024. He's second in the championship and has seen himself be at the top end across multiple championships. Now, the medical crew are just parking up now, so soon enough we should get the green flag to go racing. All the marshal posts have got their green flags out, which stipulates to the start-finish flagger that the track is safe to go. Now, there's a green flag out, so I wonder if we'll be getting racing in just a moment. Of course, we have to do our formation laps. Now, I can hear TKM engines revving up, and there they are on your screens. Michael Cornell will start from the pole spot, from Kean Bennett in second, Oliver Bowen in third, from Reese Porter in fourth. Leo Robson will start from fifth with Patrick Leaf in 6th, Thomas Shaw in 7th from Spencer Lane, William Bloom, William Bryan, Adam Sparrow, who's back racing with us at Kimbolton. A good job by Sparrow, who has been out racing in Mazda's MX-5s. He's had a good good campaign in those, and has thought, you know what, why not? Why don't we come back racing at a kart circuit? Let's go back karting. Let's bring the wet weather with us. And rounding out the grid will be Jessica Flitchall, one of our female drivers, who has had a good campaign as well. She has really improved over the year, has to be said, for Jessica Flitchall. So congratulations to her, and hopefully we'll see more of her in 2025. Now, not the biggest grid for TKM this weekend, but we've still got some drivers, and we've got some drivers who want to win a championship. Let's see what happens then. Watch out for Kean Bennett on that outside as they go down into turn 1. We'll be racing for the first time. Now, Kean Bennett will hold it round the outside. He'll generate the extra grip, and I don't think he'll hold it there. I think Cornell has got the lead wrapped up, but he'll stay in 2nd place. And I think Reese Porter got into 3rd, so Spencer Lane drops to 4th. And you can just see the spray once again. Although the limited amount of drivers, there is still a lot of spray being kicked up as they go into the Dan Weldon complex. Now, you'll see them shoot through, and they'll go down into Kestrel Corner. So, let's see what happens here. It's now Cornell that still leads the way, and I think Reese Porter is into 2nd. So, I don't know what happened to Bennett on that last couple of corners, but a problem for Bennett, and he's going to be charged now by Patrick Leaf, who they'll go side by side down into turn 1. And you'll see the TKMs using very abrasive lines. So brake on the inside going to turn 1, and then throw the kart to the outside to generate that extra grip. And you'll see him flying down into Derek's corner. Derek's corner, very harsh chicane to get right. You'll see them using all the curb, as in the wet, that is the quickest way to get round the Derek chicane. And then they'll be lighting the rears up and sliding into Dan Weldon. Dan Weldon, a very hard complex to get right, both in dry and wet conditions. Now, there's Spencer Lane on your screens. He's there in 3rd, and he's losing Reese Porter, who's... Oh, my apologies, it's not been Reese Porter. It's been Oliver Bowen. My apologies to Bowen, who I should be really speaking more about. He's had a good campaign as well. He's done really well in the British Championships. He's come alive really well recently. And he's looking to try and see if he can catch up to Cornell. A really inspiring story is Cornell. He's using a chassis that, well, compared to his competitors, are about 10 to 11 years older than. So that is the best bit about TKM Racing. You get to see a lot of the... let's say drivers who haven't got the best of funding behind them, but still want to go racing. TKM doing a brilliant job of making karting more accessible and affordable for those. And there is Cornell on the screens, who is flying around this Kimbolton circuit. Now, Cornell, I did say was going to have the fastest lap, but now it's Spencer Lane, who has 56.8. Now, he gained 2/10 on that last lap to Oliver Bowen, but I really don't think there's going to be many position changes at the front unless Bowen makes a mistake, or Cornell. Now, Cornell has been racing TKMs for a long time now. He's not a driver who's known to making mistakes. So, Bowen is going to try and... well, he'll need to pick up the pace if he wants to do anything. Now, there is Cornell on your screens. A well-established TKM Extreme driver is Cornell, as he comes down into Kimbolton Corner. And we have to say a lot of history lies between this Kimbolton circuit, as well as the TKM Talco engines. Kimbolton circuit, established in 1959, after it was left abandoned after World War II. And the Club Championship has been around ever since, embarking on nearly 50 years of karting. Karting, one of the best sports you can get in accessibility wise. And I've just looked at my commentary box, and a big problem for someone who got stuck on the grass. And the second you get stuck on the grass, you get hit with large amounts of puddles. Now, I wonder who that might have been. I do have to say, unfortunately, to Reese Porter, he's dropped to the back of the grid now. So I wonder if that was Reese Porter who was having problems. So my apologies to Reese Porter, who I was saying was having a good race. Seeing himself drop to the back of the pack. Oliver Bowen's really fighting with that car. He's trying to get it through this Kimbolton circuit. I do have to say as well, if you are on the live stream, make sure you drop a message for anyone who's racing today. Send some love to anyone who you are watching for and wish them good luck. And if you've got any questions or queries you would like to ask, make sure you drop a comment as well. So we've just got a minute and a half left, plus that additional lap. And it's still Cornell who is leading the way. And it's Oliver Bowen still in second. And I think behind as well, it's the battles are still raging on further down the pack. I mean, Adam Sparrow's not having the best of days. He's sat there in... Now, where is Adam Sparrow? He's in fourth. He's made up 7 places, but the top 3 have pulled away so much. He just can't compete. And I mean, hopefully we'll see him up at the front in that second heat. We have to say, those mixed grid races means that drivers who start near the back of the pack in that first race will move to the front in the second race. Now, Michael Cornell, who still holds the fastest lap, he's got a 56.4 at the moment, and is holding the way from Oliver Bowen and Spencer Lane. It's still Adam Sparrow in fourth, and you can just see Spencer Lane there. He's hard on the brakes going into turn 1, and will go to the outside to generate that extra grip. Now, no real battles at the moment around the circuit. The drivers all sort of staying away from each other. And it's been quite a conservative race for Michael Cornell, who's looks like he's enjoying his day sending it round the Kimbolton circuit in these wet conditions. Now, as he comes round the Kimbolton corner, he'll be looking to start the last lap of the first heat as they kick up the spray going down to turn 1. And Spencer Lane there on your screens, you can see the kart rocking as he just tries to get the kart through the corner. Now, Michael Cornell, he's got a few corners left before he takes the checkered flag. Now, Cornell will need to be taking his time with these last couple of corners, and it looks like he is. He wants to hold this lead as he comes round the final corner to take the win for the first heat in TKM Extremes. A pleasant race, that could be said, for Michael Cornell and Oliver Bowen, who finished in second, from Spencer Lane in third. Now, Cornell held on to that fastest lap in the end. He had a 56.4. And the times, he was setting about 4 tenths faster than the drivers on that final lap. So, Cornell saving the best till last. And Adam Sparrow finished in fourth, from Keane Bennett in fifth. Patrick Leaf was in 6th from Robertson and Bryant, from Bloom and Shaw, from Jessica Flitchell and Reese Porter, who round out your TKM Extreme grid. Now, we're going to go from our single speed karts to our gearbox karts with KZ, who are going to be going out next. Now, it'll be exciting to see how these KZ karts get on around this very wet and gloomy circuit. There's a lot of spray, it has to be said, in those last few races. It's definitely picked up in the last, say, half an hour. Getting a lot wetter and windier. Now, those aren't the results for TKM Extremes. That's actually your grid for the KZs. So, speaking of KZs, how about we have a little run through of our grid. So these drivers who will get 2 formation laps as a sort of safety precaution for these drivers. Now, Brian Kittle will start from pole with Dan McKeown and Sam Ward in 3rd, from Buell Phillips and Richard Palmer, who rounds out your top 5 from Ralph Younglin and Sylvius Kilmas, from Hannah Lang, Jake Baker, Jake Weston, Jade DeFren and Aston Baker, who will round out your grid of 12. Now, a driver who has already won the championship and is not competing this weekend, Daniel Sabula. He's not here this weekend, but he's ramped up the championship, so good job there by Sabula. Now, no real championship battles in KZ, so it's going to be more of a factor of just, let's go out for one more time and have some fun. So we do have to say well done to Daniel Sabula, who claimed that championship prize, and we'll be seeing him at the awards night after the first round of the Kim Bolton Championship. Now, unlike the other races, this will be a standing start. So, you'll see the drivers slowing down now. They'll be warming up their tyres as much as possible, because they'll need all the tyre grip possible, as they'll be reaching speeds of about 100 miles an hour going into that turn 1, which in these wet conditions may be the scariest thing possible. I mean, you speak to F1 drivers about gearbox karting, and they say it's probably more scarier than F1 itself. And the physicality of these karts as well is something to be noticed, and trying to hold on to these karts is something that not the average human could really do. These drivers are very talented in what they do. Now, they'll line up on the grid and you can hear the engines revving. Now, let's see what happens there. We've got 7 minutes plus that additional lap. The revs will arise and the lights will come on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 lights. And it's lights out and away we go down into turn 1. Dan McKill has a horrible start. And who is that round the outside? What a save from the driver on the outside there. Going into turn 1. I thought he was going to lose it then, but somehow holds on to it. Now, I think it is Brian Kittle who holds on to the lead as they come down the straight into Dalwell Complex. Now, these drivers will be heading into this corner at over 100 miles an hour. And, oh, that's very close. Now, it is that Ralph Younglin, who's had a perfect start, who made it down the inside of Sam Ward, pushed Sam Ward wide. And, well, what a start from Kittle, who held on at the start there. And Sam Ward makes a move there on Dan McKeown, it looks like. Now, you saw the spray going into that turn 1, and I was very happy to see that all those drivers made it out there, because, I mean, you couldn't even see the karts going into that first corner. I mean, you look at this shot as they go down into the Dunwelland complex, you can't barely see the karts. And we have to say about Ralph Younglin, although he had a good start, and oh, barrier damage, and that is Ralph Younglin who goes straight on. And a driver who received a warning flag Well, what happened to Ralph Youngling? He couldn't get it stopped going into Dan Weldon. He went straight on and hit the barriers hard. Now, those barriers are quite hard to hit, so I hope that Ralph Youngling is all right. Here's Sam Ward on your screens. He's making a move on Buer Phillips, who has got himself a new car, it looks like. He's stripped out the CRG kart, or the Sodi kart, my apologies, and he's brought in an OTK kart, so good to see that. But, well, what could you say about Ralph Youngling? He was sitting there in second, and I thought he was going to have a good race, chasing down Kittel. And now he's sat there. Well, he's not sat there because these drivers have to get out their karts and push the karts to get them going. The karts were off a rear axle starter motor, could you say? So the only way you can get these karts started is by getting the rear axle moving. And so these karts are none alike anything we'll see today. The power they can deliver is astronomical. I mean, it's not every day you see 100 miles an hour in a go-kart, never mind a race car. And Ralph Youngling, there he is on your screens. He's trying to get that kart going, but I just don't think he can get it going, which is a shame for Ralph Youngling, who, as we said, he had a good start, got into second there at the start. But let's see if any other battles come on your screens. There's Sam Ward on your screens. Now, this is a battle for fourth, it looks like, with Jake Weston and Buer Phillips. My apologies, that might be the battle for third. So, as they come through the Willow section, you'll see that they missed the chicane that the other drivers will use, and that's just because of the stopping force. And oh, who is that off at the Dan Weldon corner? Could that be Jake Baker? Who, well, I don't know what happened to Jake Baker. I wonder if he went off the circuit. Now, with it being a very hard braking zone at Dan Weldon, they have to brake and turn at the same time, especially in these wet conditions, can cause very easy mistakes. Now, Buer Phillips there on your screen, so number 18 comes through the Willow section. Here is Bryony Kittel, and okay, so that's the 17. That's Richard Palmer, actually. So, problems for Palmer. And so he is dropping down the field. So unfortunate there for Palmer. We have to say Aston Baker didn't start the race. So unfortunate that is for Baker. So your only retirees at the moment are Ralph Youngling and Richard Palmer. We do hope there are no more retirees. And I'm just looking at my commentary box now. Richard Palmer did get going, but sort of problem with the car. I saw him stop at Kestrel corner, so they'll come through Dan Weldon, and the drivers won't be able to make any sort of moves into the corner as they come down the straight. There's the yellow flag on your screens to stipulate Palmer in a dangerous place. Now he'll push the car off to the grass, and that's very unfortunate for Palmer, who is very, very quick this year, it has to be said. Now, Sam Ward down your screens. You can see Sam Ward using all of the inside to open out the start-finish straight. Now, you'll see these drivers they have front brake discs, which is nothing like any other kart you may see. Like the last corner, they'll be braking sort of into the corner, and then because of the outright speed and acceleration they have, they'll be opening out the corner as they come down the start-finish straight. Now, that's a very nice, distinct helmet livery from Kittel. It's nice to have a painted helmet, but it's whether it's going to be quick enough for you. I was never one for a painted helmet. I always kept with a black Stilo helmets I quite like to use. As Kittel come once again down the straight. And now into the Dan Welland complex. Now he would have... Oh, is that problems for Jake Baker, who's found himself in the barrier on the entry to the Dan Welland corner. Now, we were talking about how it's a hard braking zone and they have to turn whilst braking. If they get it a bit wrong and they tap the brake whilst turning, that will send the car straight into a 360. And I wonder if that's what's happened to Jake Baker. Now, Sam Ward there on your screens, he's closed in a bit on Kittle. He has got the fastest lap of the race, and on that last lap was 4/10 faster than Kittle. Could we see something happening here with Sam Ward? Now, we are on a penultimate lap. We have got one more lap left of racing, but Sam Ward has closed in quite a bit. Now, I don't know if Kittle has been sort of saving himself and saving the kart to generate the power when he needs to, which is going to be now on this last lap. Now Sam Ward is right behind. Now, in these KZ karts, they've sort of got 3 overtaking opportunities. They've got that turn 1, which they've just been through. The next overtaking opportunity they'll have is the Dan Welland corner, but that has been closed off because of a yellow flag. So the final couple of overtaking opportunities he'll have is this Kestrel corner and the final Kim Bolton corner. Now, Sam Ward has really closed in now, but I think he'll just sit there and wait for another opportunity in another heat. So they'll come down, and it's going to be Kittle who will take the win just about, because Sam Ward got a really good run coming out that final corner, and he has to finish in second. So Sam Ward there in second, from Jake Weston in third, from Phillips and McKeown, who rounds out your top 5, from Hannah Lang and Kilmass in seventh, my apologies, from Jed Defren and Jake Baker in ninth, and it was Richard Palmer, Ralph Youngland and Aston Baker who we lost in that race. Unfortunate for those 3 drivers, but sometimes that's just how motorsport goes. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, so unfortunate there for those 3 drivers. Here's the final kart coming through. That's the number 118. That's the friend. So, to finish off the KZ heat there, we're now going to go on to some of our Rotax categories. We've got 3 races full of Rotax lined up for you. We've got a Junior Rotaxes, which is one of the most competitive classes, it has to be said, around this Kim Bolton circuit, along with the Senior Rotaxes that will come just straight after, and the 177s, who we've seen time and time again, the grid's picking up. I'm going to take a quick sip of my water once again, because my throat has seen better days. And this racing at Kim Bolton so far has been absolutely incredible. A good way to round out what's been a brilliant year here at Kim Bolton. Now, you won't be able to see on your screens here, but Ralph Youngland is just coming round, and, well, you can hear his board scraping now. Joshua Smith starts from pole. He's the championship leader. Watch out for Smith. From Jacko Drawbridge in second. He'll be on the front row again. Let's see if he can hold his front row spot this time, despite his June X30 moments. Let's say Dominic Parabic starts from third, with Oliver Meek in fourth. And, well, the wind is really picking up here. Zach Starbuck will start from fifth, from Connor Large and George Phillips, from Riley Mason-Lewis and Blake Southern. Logan Artshaw will be in 10th, from Oscar Keane, and Joel Dixon-Cohen, who is second in the championship. He is battling Joshua Smith for the championship. Let's see how this one plays out. From George Cole and Dijon Bennett, from Callum Sims, Owen Keenan, Lachlan Homer from Toby Farthing, Lauren McVie from Teddy Cooper. Mikey Walker is the driver to watch out for as well. He'll be joined by Ryan Rapini, Lucy Wilden and Samir Paul, from Harry Russell, Devon Taylor, Thomas Hill, Alexander Gerges from Stanley Williams, Logan Lauder, Oliver Liveredge, and Charlie Fgrave from Jensen Hartshaw. Now, Charlie Fgrave and Jensen Hartshaw, who will be starting from the back row. Both drivers are very quick indeed and are near the front of the championship. And as I say about Jacko Drawbridge, it's not been the best day for him. He's spun the kart coming out of the pit lane. Unfortunate there for Drawbridge. Let's see if he can get back into his spot. Now, it looks like the rain and the wind has come down quite a bit recently in the last few minutes. And with a full grid of junior Rotax karts, it's going to be very interesting coming down into turn 1. Now, you'll see Jacko and Drawbridge on the grass trying to get back into his spot. Now, I think he will have done it. So that's a second try for Jacko and Drawbridge. He's got to hold on to this now. Joshua Smith, let's talk about him. He's been at the front end all year. And it's going to be an exciting fight in the championship between him and Joel Dixon Cohen. As we go down, we'll be going first time. Yes, you do. You can't see the karts, but you can see the first two as Joshua Smith goes into turn 1. Oh, Zach Starbuck gets nudged through turn 1. And, oh, there's a driver going off. That's Alexander Gergis and Thomas Hill, who are both in a spin. But, well, you can't see the drivers, but I think that might be Parabic, who was in the lead. But Joshua Smith goes to the inside. So Parabic will drop to second and Smith will take the lead. Now there's water throwing up everywhere across Derek's corner. And who is that into third, who's just made a brilliant move? I couldn't see who that was. That might have been Oliver Meek, who made the move for Parabic. And, well, he couldn't get it done. My apologies. Meek is the orange and black kart you can see there. That's CRG. The 162, the 62 we're looking at is George Phillips, who started in about 7th place. As you can see, all the drivers trying to come through. Yellow flag in sector 1, so no overtaking in this sector. And there's one of the Ben Maxon karts on your screens. That was the driver 44, Connor Large. And I think Connor's first experience here to Kimbolton Circuit. Good to see new drivers taken to the Kimbolton Circuit, and if you are interested in racing at Kimbolton, make sure you do come down and check out the circuit. And you can go online on the website at huntskartracingclub.com. You can see all about the circuit and everything you need to do if you would love to race at this brilliant circuit. As they come round to finish the second lap, watch out for Joel Dixon Cohen there. Oh, Parabic into a spin! George Phillips goes into the side of Parabic, and the driver who was sitting in second place will tumble down the grid. Very unfortunate that was for Parabic, and I don't think he's fell down that far, but oh, what a shame for Parabic. Now Joel Dixon Cohen is into second place. The top two in the championship are top two in this race. Joel Dixon Cohen made up 10 places already. So let's have a little look at the championship standings. What does Joel Dixon Cohen need to do if he wants to beat Joshua Smith? Now, it's going to be 16 points between the top two. So really all Smith needs to do is hold on to this lead. What Joel Dixon needs to do is just lead. He just needs to get into that lead, be conservative about heat 2 and the final. This has been a brilliant race from George Phillips, has to be said. George, who's been a midfield driver throughout this year, and he's really stepped up in this race. He's sitting there in third, and if he gets this done, it'll be a first podium for the driver of the number 62 in that lovely purple and white kart. Now we have to go back to Joshua Smith. He's pulled a brilliant margin, and well, I think it's a margin that is going to be very hard to catch. He's got a 2-point-second lead so far, and Joshua Smith, who is well, we can call him a veteran to the circuit. He's been racing here ever since his cadet days. And, oh, well, that was a problem for one of the drivers. I couldn't see who that was on your screens, but a driver who is kicking up a lot of spray as Owen Keenan comes through. Owen Keenan is there in 5th. And there's Mikey Walker on your screens. He's having a look on a driver. That's the battle with Harry Russell. That's for 13th. Now, Harry Russell's had a good race. He's made up 12 places so far. Let's have a little look through the field. So, Charlie F-Grave's having a good race. He's up to 20th. He's made up 12 places. So, good job by F-Grave. Hopefully, we'll be seeing him move more through the field. Thomas Hill has made up 10. He's in 17th. Now, Logan Lauder's made up 14. He's in 16th. Some good drives through the field. And there's a battle on your screens there. That's Teddy Cooper. Now, Teddy Cooper's having a good battle with Blake Southern, who had a nasty incident yesterday. We were hoping Southern was all right, and he is all right because he's out there on circuit and he's putting in the laps. And I was having a really good battle there with Teddy Cooper. Good to see Cooper out there. That's had a rough season, has Cooper. He's been trying to battle it out here in that junior Rotax grid, but the junior Rotax has been so competitive. And Mikey Walker down your screens, he's trying to have a look on another driver. He's still in that battle with Blake Southern and Oscar Keane, and he got past Keane through the Dan Weldon complex. And if we're having a look on Southern, that was a very clean move from Southern, from Mikey Walker, it has to be said. Now, Mikey Walker, he's been a very quick driver, and he didn't complete in a couple of the championship rounds, which meant that he couldn't really be there at the front. Jacko Drawbridge has been given the warning flag. So, Warning, who's the driver of Drawbridge, who's had a rough start to the race, as he's trying to work his way through, and, well, the marshals have thought he's been a bit too aggressive trying to work his way through. So the warning flag just stipulates to the driver, we see what you're trying to do, we just want you to calm down. And whoa, that was a good move from Mikey Walker. He got through on Parabec through there, and Teddy Cooper as well. Now, the move on both of those drivers will put him up into 7th. Now, Cooper will look on the inside of Parabec, and Parabec on the cutback. They'll go side by side down into turn 1, and I just think Cooper's got the advantage on him. Now, Parabec will go to the outside, but he'll know Cooper will come over to use that outside line. Now, these two drivers who have been up there at the front all year, and I've showed what they can do here at Kimbolton, and I'm sure to say they'll be looking to improve in 2025 and finish higher up in those championship. Speaking of the championship, Joshua Smith's there who leads it. He's got a perfect margin from Joel Dixon Cohen. Now, I was going to say Dixon Cohen got the fastest lap there, but Josh Smith picked up the pace on that last lap. And it's all the last laps there because it is the last lap of the race. So Joshua Smith, who has a brilliant margin of just under 3 seconds, all he needs to do now is just circulate through this last sector, and sure enough, he'll be on his way to win the first heat in Junior Rotax. Now, we don't want to call anything too early. There are many sources of commentators' curse, but I think Josh Smith's got this covered. He'll come round the final corner, and what a win for Joshua Smith, who can serve the race perfectly. A lights the flag finish for Smith. Joel Dixon Cohen in second. He can be happy with that one. That's a good start to his race. George Phillips, what a job from George Phillips. His first podium of the year. Wow, what could be said about Phillips? It's good to see a new driver on the podium, and a good way to show his progression across the year. It's Oliver Meek who finishes in 4th, my apologies, from Zach Starbuck. It's going to be Owen Keenan from Mikey Walker. Teddy Cooper and Dominic Parabic, who finished in 9th. It was Laurie McVie that rounds out your top 10 from Callum Sims, Blake Southern, Oscar Keane, Thomas Hill, Oliver Liversedge, and unfortunately for Jacko and Drawbridge, he dropped all the way down to 16th with Harry Russell, Logan Lauger, and Charlie Fgrave, who finished 19th in the end then, making up 13 places. A good job from Fgrave. And soon we'll be seeing him at the front in the second heat. But now it's time to get into our senior races. So the senior Rotax and 177s, both senior classes. The 177 is basically senior Rotax, but just with the heavier weight. Now there is some of the drivers on your screens. The next race being senior Rotax. Some quick drivers in this field, and we'll go more into that when the grid comes out. So quick sip of the water. And I mean, there's been so much action going on. I'm already losing my voice, and we haven't even got through the first heats as yet. Now, any moment now, we'll be looking at our senior Rotax Heat 1 grid, and here it is. So Sav Chapman Lewis will be starting on pole from Michael Morgan in second. Deacon Russell and Ethan Martin will be joined by Daniel Ginchard, who returns back to Kim Bolton, with James Tester and Jonathan Roughton from Adam White, Harry Blore, Paulo News Aranda from Finney Jones, Thomas Pryor, George Allen and Luke Bate from Joshua Turnbull, Victor Finlater from Charlie Webb, and Jack Spencer from Felix Stolkin from George Hart, and Anichka Kennard from Calvin Ashford Smith, Leonard Gallio, Abby White and Bryce Madison, who rounds out your grid. Now, in the championship battle, Lucas Enningham has already secured the championship, so a good job there by Enningham, who was very consistent all throughout the year. And he is still here today. He's now on the mechanicking side with Jack Spencer. So he'll be helping Jack Spencer in his races today. Lucas Enningham, who is a very good driver coach as well, it has to be said. And if you are looking at driver coaching, if you are looking to be coached by a professional driver in karting, I definitely recommend Lucas Enningham. So, a big talking point to talk about is Daniel Ginchard, who is back here this weekend. He's driving with Precision, the Precision Racing team. And Daniel Ginchard, who's had a very good career, it has to be said. Was the 2021 Junior Rotax British champion before heading into the British F4 scene, where he was known for racing with Argentine Motorsport through the 2022. Then to join Chris Dittman Racing in 2023, and then financial issues saw Dan Ginchard drop into the karting scene, where he has his own driver coaching program, which you should go and check out. Dan Ginchard, who is one of the best, it has to be said, in the karting world. You think of some of the big names, and that is one name that pops to mind. Now, there's a driver off at the Dan Weldon complex. I can't see who that is, but I feel like we may be missing someone on the front row. Now, are we missing Michael Morgan by any chance? Who, well, he's not there on the front row of the grid. So, let's see what happens as they come round the final corner. Will we be going for the first time? I don't think so. So the Battenberg's flags will be out. And that is because there is a driver who's off at the first corner. And it seems to be one of the Dan Holland racing carts. Now as he gets out the kart, that will be the 87. As I scroll through my grid, that's the 87 of Abby White. So unfortunate news there for Abby White, who, although starting at the back of the pack, I was sure she was going to focus on making some moves through the field. And that is a real shame for Abby. So the drivers will go around again, and we'll see if we can get racing for the second time of asking. There is some of the drivers who are starting in the back of the field. There's Bryce Madison on your screens. He'll be starting from last on the grid, who will now inherit a position. But I don't see Michael Morgan anywhere. So the driver who would be starting from second is now not starting the race at all. So Ethan Martin will be starting from second place. Let's see what happens as they go down into turn one. It's going to be South Champion Lewis on the inside. Now Deacon Russell will give him the nudge on the outside, and the drivers will try and circulate through the first couple of corners, and I think they all just about make it through. Oh, some drivers come into contact, and is that one of the George Whitehouse racing drivers off? I couldn't really see. I know James Tester was involved with some of the chaos at the start. So as they come through the Dan Weldon complex, it's Deacon Russell who leads the way, from Ethan Martin in second and Chapman Lewis into third. Now Ethan Martin is giving Russell the nudge, and it's basically stipulating into him, saying, come on, let's get going here, we've got a race to win. As they come down into turn one, Ethan Martin, he'll look to the inside, but Russell covers off the pretty well. There is Dan Ginchard on your screens. Now Ginchard will go to the inside of Adam White, the Ben Maxim development driver. So good move there by Ginchard, who on his karting return, who hasn't done club karting in, well, it has to be, say, a few years. And he's definitely not lost his pace. You can see he's already looking for a move on Chapman Lewis as they go into the Kim Bolton corner. And there he goes on the inside. He'll use the curb to rotate the kart. He'll get the power down. That's Ginchard into third place. Now he's got Ethan Martin, who is a well-established senior Rotax driver at this circuit. He's been racing in seniors at this circuit since 2022. Now I remember racing with him when I was in my karting days, and me and Ethan used to have a lot of good battles together, it has to be said. Good to see him still racing. Now Ginchard on that precision kart, the OTK, will now come round the Dan Weldon complex. They'll go down the straight into Kestrel corner, and you can see Joshua Turnbull down the screens. He's closing in on Adam White, so that'll be the move for fifth if he can close in. There's Charlie Webb right behind him as well. Turnbull and Webb, who are good mates, so try and work together to see if they can make any more moves through the field. Now Charlie Webb will be trying to take as many points as possible. As you see, Abby White sat there having to watch the drivers go past instead of racing with them. Charlie Webb will be trying to make as many moves as possible to extend his gap and hold on to his second place. Now Ethan Martin down your screens, he's using different lines around the circuit compared to Deacon Russell to try and see if he can catch him off guard. Now Dan Ginchard, who you can see is sending it into the corners, he's one of the latest breakers around this circuit. Now Deacon Russell will go breaking hard into turn one. Ginchard even harder as they come round the Willow section into Derek's corner. And a spinner. You couldn't see it on your screens there, but I think Adam White hit the curb and forced himself into a spin. So unfortunate there for White. But James Tester being given a warning flag as well. Oh, Deacon Russell runs a bit too wide. And that was 2 wheels on the mud. Now, is this the opportunity for Ethan Martin to make a move on Russell? If Russell keeps making mistakes like that, that could easily see Martin on the inside. And oh, he gets ever so close to Deacon Russell. They'll come down the start finish straight into turn 1. Ethan Martin, will he look to the outside or the inside? He'll stay behind him. He's not far enough on the inside. And well, that just shows what one mistake can do. We didn't see Ethan Martin having the best opportunity to make a move for the lead, and one simple mistake from Deacon Russell has seen the opportunity for Martin. And well, Russell coming into Dan Weldon Complex yet again, he will be a bit more conservative, making sure he doesn't make the same mistake as last time. So through Kestrel corner and into the Kimbolton corner as well. Deacon Russell doing all sorts of hand movements on the steering wheel. He wants to hold on to that car as much as possible. Watch out for Dan Ginchard though. He's been closing in on the last few laps. Deacon Russell still holds the fastest lap. He's setting a 52.2, so the times are around what they were yesterday. These drivers were in the low 52s, and this will be the perfect opportunity for Ginchard to show once again why he is one of the fastest in the country. But it's ever so hard to get past drivers such as Ethan Martin and Deacon Russell, who are 2 drivers who have been at the front this year. And Ethan Martin wants to go to the front of this race. Down the inside goes Ethan Martin. And well, if these drivers start battling now, we have got 50 seconds on the clock, plus that additional lap. If these drivers start battling, this could give the perfect opportunity for Daniel Ginchard to make a move for maybe second and maybe for the win. We can only tempt fate though. We have to wait and see how this race unfolds. Now with the timer ever so close, I wonder if we'll get 1 or 2 laps left as they come round. And Ginchard ever getting really close now to Deacon Russell. So we'll have to wait to see if a move for second is made on the final lap. Now, they're going to see the last lap board, so Ginchard, if he wants to do anything, he's got 1 lap to do it. He'll go to the outside on Russell. Russell goes to the inside, so Ginchard will get the better run, go into the Willow section. Is this the opportunity for Ginchard to show what he's made of? He is a British champion, so he knows how to win races. A driver who saw himself at the very high end of the field in both kart racing and car racing, but I don't think it'll be enough to get past Deacon Russell. So around the final corner, Ethan Martin will go, oh, what a move from Ginchard! He couldn't get it done, but Ethan Martin will take the win in Heat 1 here at Kimbolton to round the final set, or well, not the set of heats, but the final Club Championship round. Deacon Russell just about finishes in second, with Ginchard who made that really late move to third, and it was Charlie Webb in fourth, from Zav Chapman Lewis in fifth, from Luke Bate, who made up 8 places to 6 from Turnbull and Pryor, to Harry Bloor and Adam White, who rounds out your top 10. It was Jack Spencer and George Allen who finished 11th and 12th, from Paulo Nunes Aranda, George Hart and Felix Tolkien in 15th, from Finney Jones, Jonathan Roughton, from Victor Finlater, Lena Gallio from Bryce Madison, my apologies, from Angelica Kennard. And the drivers who retired from the race were James Tester, Calvin Ashford Smith, Michael Morgan and Abby White. So unfortunate for those drivers, but what a race that was. Well, if these are the races we're going to see throughout the day, then it's going to be a very exciting way to finish what has been a very exciting year of action here at Kimbolton. Now, we do have to thank some of our sponsors as well. Easbury Plant Tyre and iZone Driver Performance, our remote coach as well, where we did host a giveaway at the Kartmania event, where the prize draw at the event saw the driver winning, although paying for his membership, he won a free practice entry, free race entry, and also a hour with the iRemote coach. So hopefully he'll be the winner of that, who was Jack Fulbakama. Hopefully he'll be using that to his advantage. So there's Abby White on the screens, just taking her kart back. And soon enough, we'll be rounding out the first heat with the Rotax 177s. It's going to be Elliot Kennedy who starts from pole, with Joshua Golling alongside from Matt Wardell and Scott Clee, from Scott Smith and Geoff Cox. Colin Walker and Daniel Walker will go from Adam Clark and Stavros Afanspolidos, from Dan Wright and Alfie Bray. Alex Jones and George Willis from Ty Cox, and Duke Jenner from Simon Pugh, Simon Hilton, Nathan Chafer, who is the Rotax 177 British champion. He's someone to watch out for in this race. From South, Sam Yaxley and Will Milner, who will round out the 177 grid. Now, this is going to be a very exciting race to watch, as we said. Drivers such as Nathan Chafer, who, well, he's a very established 177 driver. You'll know him from his time with CRG, and he's still on that CRG kart. So as they come around the final couple of corners, we have to say about the championship as well. Alfie Bray, all he has to do now is score points in every round of heats and finals today, and he'll be looking set to win the 177 championship. But let's get to the racing then. Will we go for the first time of asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Let's see what happens then. The mist of spray kicks up, and it looks like Golin, who had a rough start. Oh, driver spinning there. And was that the 67 of Golin, who has fell down? I couldn't really see. We'll have to wait and see till they come round once again. As they all come flying into Derek's corner, they're going to be argy-bargy as they come through. And I think that is actually Golin leading the way. So, a brilliant job by Golin. And I think that was Matt Wardell as well, who got into second place. Now, throughout all the mist, there was a couple of drivers spinning at the start there. I couldn't tell who that was. There's Scott Smith on the screens. He's into third. So as they come round, it is Scott Clee, my apologies, who leads the way. From Matt Wardell in second. Now from Scott Smith and Geoff Cox in fourth. From Adam Clark and Stavros in sixth. From Willis and Nathan Chafer, who's made up 11. Oh my word! The driver of Matt Wardell, who was in second, hits a wet puddle coming out of turn 3, who saw himself aquaplane straight off the circuit, and that puts Scott Smith into second place now. So it is Scott Smith now. Oh, Nathan Chafer receiving the warning flag. So although making up a lot of places on that first lap, maybe someone counted as clean moves. So the aquaplaning has really get into some of these drivers, because the second you hit it, you just go flying straight off. Now, well, watch the time results as they come through once again. It is Scott Smith who's in second now, from Geoff Cox and Stavros in fourth, from Adam Clark and Nathan Chafer, from Willis and Alex Jones, from Deuce Jenner, Dan Wright and Sam Yaxley, who rounds out your top 11. Now, Alfie Bray is sitting there in 13th, but that'll be enough to secure some real nice championship points that he'll need to secure his championship. As they come round into the Dan Wellington complex, there's Scott Smith, who's leaning against the kart. Now you'll see the orange and black kart of Nathan Chafer, who currently has made up 13 places, and I think that's going to be a couple more places now he's made. So that's put himself into 5th. So that's now 14 places up from 19th on the grid. And what will Chafer do now? He has the opportunity to go for a podium spot, and he'll have a look for the move on 4th. He got very close to the bumper of the driver who was in 4th, that's Cox. And I think he just about made it through. So Chafer, who's now in 4th, he'll be looking at a move on Smith sometime soon. And oh, that is not the way you want your race to go. And I think that might well be George Willis, who hit a puddle next to one of the curbs, and that saw him flying straight off, as Nathan Chafer has got himself into 2nd place. So the man who started in 19th, after only 4 laps of racing, is now into 2nd place. Now, it's got a 6-second gap from Scott Klee. Will he be able to make up that time? He's got 3 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, although Klee still has the fastest lap, I think that might be going soon enough, because we have to say Chafer's been trying to make as much time as possible whilst trying to battle, so the times won't be respective of what his pace actually is. And this first lap will sort of be his first lap on his own, where he will sort of see whereabouts he is pace-wise. Now, he doesn't go faster than Nathan Chafer, so they'll come round once again, and I'm very happy indeed now, because my food has just arrived. So I'll try not to munch in it whilst the race is going on, as there's a brilliant battle going on with Scott Smith. And oh, that was very close for Stavros, and he just about held on to that one. Now, he was very squirmy going into the Derek's corner, and I thought he was going to take the escape road, but thought better of it. And so brilliant races has been actually for the 177s. And oh, late move there. Now, that was Scott Smith who's being overtaken. I think that was by George Willis. So the driver of Willis, who's made up 10 places so far in this race, it's going to be a very exciting battle for 3rd. Now, they've only got a minute left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So, whether this will be enough for Willis to get through, we'll have to wait and see. As he looks for the move now, Willis, on Scott Smith. Now, I thought he was going to be a bit late on the brakes there, but he just about holds it. Scott Smith fights back. Well, Scott Smith is saying to Willis that, no, I've had this podium this whole race, I'm not letting you have it on the last lap. So we've got 2 laps left of racing here. And Willis, now getting past Smith, I think has got enough of a margin now where he can start to extend his lead. There is Nathan Chafer on your screens, who set the fastest lap on that last time round. So, oh my word, you can see him jumping over the curbs. Well, Chafer knows where that grip is, and he's using every inch of track to find it. He comes sliding through the Kesher corner into the Kim Bolton corner. You'll see him jack the wheel as he works the car. Now, we're on to the last lap now. Scott Klee is still leading the way. And what's been a really good race for Klee, he's stayed out of trouble. And as he comes into Derek's corner, this is a brilliant opportunity to just look at a lap of this circuit in these wet conditions. You can see the spray kicking up, and Klee being very smooth on the steering and throttle applications, and that's why he's at the front of the field as he comes round the final corner. Well done to Scott Klee, as to round off our first heat, he'll win in 177. A brilliant job by Scott Klee, and it was Nathan Chafer who from 19th on the grid finishes in second. And I wonder if George Willis, yes he did, George Willis held on to that final podium spot. And wow, Scott Smith only just about held on to fourth there from Stavros, with Alex Jones in sixth from Tyler Cox, Adam Clark in eighth from Alfie Bray, who recovered to ninth, so that'll be good for his championship. From Douche Jenner, who rounds out your top 10, Dan Wright and Will Milner, from Joshua Gollin and Matt Wardle, and Sam Yaxley rounds out your top 15. So a good drive there from most of our 177 drivers. Now, the only retiree we had was Geoff Cox, so unfortunate for Cox there, but a brilliant race that was from 177. So I'm going to take a quick break to have a bit of my lunch as we get ready to get set on our second heat races. The first one being the Micromax Honda 200s and Water Swift Restricted. They'll be out in just a minute's time. So as the karts head out of the dummy grid and onto the circuit, we'll be getting ready to start our second heat races. It's going to be Jerry Dufficy who will start from pole, from Sawyer Henderson and Denner Rowlands, from Ollie Knox, George Wilden, Riley Blakemore, Elliot Bourke and Eddie Duncan rounds out your row 4. From Harry Grant and Mason Becker, from Reggie Dufficy, Jeff Fulbakama, Jalen Streakerton, from Jack White, Noah Clark and Jahan Prakash rounds out your row 8. From Theo Hamilton and George Pickett, from Edward Munns and Harry Parker Ray, from Jack Scott and George Quinlane, from Travis Gibbons, who will start from pole in the Micromaxes, from Finley Beals, Joseph Cox, Saika Komatsu, Mason Munzer, Uzunov, Oliver Brunt, Teddy Murphy and Bodie Batch, who round out your grid. Now, are we going to go first time? I don't think so. We'll be going around once again. So this will give the opportunity for the drivers to get an extra bit of heat and temperature in the engine and the tyres. And well, I think the marshals will be stipulating to these drivers, you tell them to slow down and form up correctly. As they come round the final corner, get ready for the second tire of asking, and I think we are racing down into turn 1, so Sawyer Henderson will be on your outside going into turn 1, and I think he's got the inside now as he goes into the lead of the race. So a good start by Henderson as Dufficy drops back a few places. So as they come flying through the Willow section and into Derek's corner. Now, oh, that's a late move, and I think that might be Riley Blakemore who manages to get into the lead of the race. Now, Blakemore's had a really good second part of his 2024 club campaign, and there's some really strong grids drivers to watch out for throughout this field. Now, we'll wait till they come across the first lap to see where everyone is. There's Elliot Bork on your screens. He's just made a move on one of the drivers, and I think that's for 5th place. But as they come round to finish lap 1, George Weldon's getting feisty there with one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers. But it's Riley Blakemore who leads the way from Sawyer Henderson. Eddie Duncan into 3rd. And Denner Rowlands is in 4th from Elliot Bork, Mason Becker, and Jaffel Bakama, who rounds out your top 7. Now, as they come flying into the Derek's corner, Riley Blakemore there on your screens. He's already pulled a bit of a margin so far. Oh, they're going to run side by side. Now, is that Denner Rowlands and the driver who was 3rd? That was Eddie Duncan. Now, wow, what? That is insane that they've gone round the outside and have held side by side all the way through that Dan Weldon complex. You never really see much of that before, so well done to those two drivers. And oh, that's a late move from Elliot Bork. And I thought he was going to run into Eddie Duncan there. Now, as he come down the start-finish straight, this is a move from Eddie Duncan, or was he just covering off? I think he was just covering off Elliot Bork. Now, we know Elliot Bork's a strong driver, and we know he's also an aggressive driver who knows how to get past his fellow competitors. So he'll have a look on a driver he'll look on Eddie Duncan into the Derek's corner. Well, he had a look, but he couldn't really do it. As they come round the Dan Weldon complex, Elliot Bork getting a bit sideways there. That will scrub off his momentum and speed. So he'll have a look back and see where the drivers behind are. That'd be Denner Rowlands, who is behind Bork. And oh, kicking up some spray was Sawyer Henderson. But on the inside goes Eddie Duncan. I think Elliot Bork were looking to get past Henderson as well, but he couldn't just about do it. But he'll hold the inside line going into turn 1. Henderson will be on the outside, so could this be the opportunity for Bork to look on the inside? They'll go side by side, but I think Henderson just holds it around the outside. There's a bit more extra grip around the outside of turn 2. I think it's also a good opportunity. We look at our micromaxes as someone's gone off at turn 1. Finley Beals leads the way in the micromaxes from Mason Munzer and Uzanov. And Cox and Giddings rounds up your top 5 in the micromaxes. But here on your screens is the battle at the front. It's still Elliot Bork who's trying to look on Sawyer Henderson. And oh, he's going late on the brakes and he's going to make the move. Good job by Bork there. That will put him into the 4th spot, because I don't think he'd get it on the cutback. Henderson stays there. So this is the battle for 3rd. And watch out for Rowlands now, because, oh, I was going to say Rowlands. I've commentators cursed him. And Rowlands goes on a little spin. And, oh, that is very unfortunate for Rowlands, who I thought was going to have an opportunity there to look at a podium spot. And by commentator's curse, he's gone into a spin. He tapped the back of the driver in front. And there is Henderson's on your screens. He's had a problem there, because it looks like Jack Fulbakama is now on the inside of him. So unfortunate there for Harmer. I thought it was a problem for him. I think it might just be the outright pace of Fulbakama, who has found a lot of pace on those last couple of laps. And the driver who started off in 12th will now sit in 4th place. So, oh, spinner for Henderson. Unfortunate that one for Henderson. There wasn't much he could do. He locked up the rear tyres going into the braking zone, and from there you're just a passenger. Ah, what a shame from Henderson. Now, Riley Blakemore here on your screens. He still leads the way. And he's got a brilliant margin, but this is the battle we need to watch out for here. There's the second place battle with Eddie Duncan and Finley with Elliot Bork, my apologies. As they come into the final corner, is that going to be a late move from Bork? Yes, it is. But will Duncan get him on the cut back? He'll get the extra speed and momentum as they come down. They start finish straight and into turn one. Let's see what happens. Duncan will look to the outside. Now, I think Bork has carried enough speed through to hold his ground. Now, good move there from Bork. And that is the sort of decision you have to do. And all the marshals having to scrape up all the water that has been placed down on the circuit. Now, I wonder if that was from a driver going off the circuit and bringing all the water onto the circuit. But that's going to be a quick clear up. As we've got 30 seconds left plus the additional lap. And Riley Blakemore there on your screens. He's got a good gap from Elliot Bork so far, but I think Bork is slowly starting to close in here. So we'll wait and see what happens. Eddie Duncan's there in third as well. As they come filing through the Willow section. Now they're going to be catching up to a back marker of Komatsu, who is in the Micromax class. Hopefully Komatsu won't get it in the way as such for Blakemore. Good job there by Komatsu, who is racing it in these very heavy conditions. Now Komatsu will get out of the way of the other drivers. But as we come round the Kimbolton corner, Blakemore will be set to start the final lap off the race to kick off our Heat 2s here for the final round of the Club Championship. Jack Fulbakama there just making the move on the back marker. And in sixth there, that was Prakash, who has had a good race, has to be said. He's been very consistent and has held his way in sixth. Now, Blakemore here, he's been close in quite a lot by Elliot Bork, so he'll need to get the power down around this final sector. You can see him getting a bit sideways. Now, Blakemore is a driver who knows how to win races here. He's won many heat races here. He's won finals here as well. Around the final corner, he runs very wide, and I'm surprised he didn't catch up any of the puddles there. We'll come around the final corner, and to kick off Heat 2 here at Kimbolton, it'll be Riley Blakemore, who wins in the Honda 200s. Now the battle will still rage on in the Micromaxes, but it was Elliot Bork who finished in second from Eddie Duncan in third. Now looking a bit further down at the Micromaxes, it's going to be Udinov who will take the win, I think, as they come round. Yes, it is. Unfortunate for Theo Hamilton, who finished at the back in the Hondas, but Udinov will take the win in Micromax from Munzer in second. Cox finished in third from Finley Beals, in fourth from Grant, Murphy and Giddings. Now, thankfully all the drivers did finish the race, so that's good to see. And a very good way to start off our Heat 2s here. So next up, we're going to be getting ready for the Mini Interclass, and they'll be joined as well by the Water Swift Inters. So the mini inters will be allowed onto the circuit, and it's Sebastian Clark who will start from the pole spot with Logan Baker and Jensen Sale from Toby Wortley and Lewis Herberson from Akil Nagioni and Rian Townsend. It's Roma Komatsu from Oliver Barton, from Esme Rosie and Max Wheatley, Benjamin Lawn from Teddy Higgs and Hayden Fisher from Harrison Thornker, and Thomas Baker from Harry Williams, and Obson Gibson. They'll be your front two on the Water Swift grid. From Xavier Fond, Night Measures, Giles Sayer, Harley Musk and Mason Brooks, who rounds out your grid of drivers. So we'll be watching both classes come through to start their heat races. As they come round the final corner, Clark will get the drivers to slow down. He is the leading man, so he'll lead the pace as he jumps early, and we're off and away down into turn one. So Sebastian Clark's got a pretty good lead, and I'm sure to think he'll be holding on to that as they come round turn one. Townsend on the outside as well. He's trying to make some moves through the field. But Jensen Sale is there into second, and Gioni getting a bit sideways there. I thought he's going to lose it then, as the Water Swifts get started as well. It's been a good launch by a couple of the Fusion Motorsport drivers as they come through the Willow section. But on your screens, it's Sebastian Clark, and Gioni's getting proper feisty with one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers. Now, I couldn't see who that was, but I think it might be the 71, which was Toby Wortley. So, Toby Wortley getting a proper pounding from Gioni. So, as they come round to finish the first lap, it's still Sebastian Clark that leads the way on your screens there, from Sale and Gioni, and it's actually Lewis Herberson who is in fourth, from Townsend in fifth. Barton, who will be in sixth, he made up 3 places on that last lap from the other drivers, and there is some battles going on with some of the Fusion Motorsport carts. That's the battle in your Water Swifts. That's with drivers such as Harry Williams, Giles Sayer, Harley Musk. So some well-established names in the Water Swifts, some drivers who have been competing at the high end of the British field of karting, and it's good to see them all back out here at Kimbolton, and that will be in preparation for the British Karting Championships here at next year. So as they come round once again, there's Jensen Sale on your screens. He's there in second place, with Sebastian Clark just leading the way, and Gioni, who's there in third. Well, he had pace in the first heat, but a simple mistake took him out of the race. Now, we'll see what he can do, but you can see the spray is still kicking up, and it's going to affect some of the drivers, especially when we're in these packs. Now, one of the Ambition Motorsports is getting overtaken by Oliver Barton. That was Lewis Herberson. Lewis, who is having a good race so far. He's up there at the front end of the field. There's Max Wheatley, your championship leader, getting involved with the racing. And the Ambition car, he'll look to go to the outside, but Oliver Barton is just so late on the brakes. He got the car stopped and is absolutely sending it round the circuit. Now, you can see the spray just kicking up as they come out of turn 3. That is a place where we've seen a few drivers spinning out, and that's just because of the aquaplaning. Now, they'll come through the Dan Weldon complex once again. And there's Hayden Fisher on your screens. He's having a battle with Townsend. And Wheatley's there as well. He's getting involved with them. They are in the battle for 7th. And late move from Fisher. So the two teammates, they make a move on each other and signal together. Fisher saying, come on, let's go. We've got drivers to catch up here. And oh, Wheatley goes to the inside, gets a knock on the door on the back of the head, and Townsend says, whoa, 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 you can't get past me. I'm coming straight back through. As they come through Derek's corner once again. And Herbertson is doing a really good job to hold on to his position, but he's got Lorne right behind, and Benjamin Lorne is a very quick driver indeed. So, whether this could be a move in the next lap or so, let's see. But the battle behind for 7th is shaking up. We've got Max Wheatley, who's just gone down the inside of Townsend, now for 8th. But at the front, it's still Jensen Sale here. Jensen Sale, who won the championship last year in the Minimax class, was set to do the same this year, but it's going to be a very close battle between him and Wheatley, and we'll see how the championship results play out as we get more into the finals. But round the final corner comes Sebastian Clark once again. Now we've got a minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. And as they come flying down the start-finish straight, there's Gioni on the screen. That livery is a really, really nice to look at, is the Gioni's kart. The sort of red and yellow distinct livery, and it's only if it's ever... Oh, Townsend, all shaky on the rear, and manages to get back past Max Wheatley. We see a lot of these moves in the wet conditions where if one driver goes down the inside of another, the driver who goes down the inside sort of has no traction coming out of the corner. I mean, they can't get on the power, resulting in the other karts getting straight back through. So these wet conditions are really playing into how these drivers take against battling each other. But you can just see across the circuit spray kicking up everywhere. This is not the conditions we've sort of had this year. These drivers have mostly fought out in dry conditions. And I think the weatherman has played into our hands and decided, if we're going to crown some champions, let's put them in the worst conditions possible. And so the drivers will be coming through to start the last lap of the race. It's Sebastian Clark that leads in the Micromaxes, but in the Water Swift, it's still Harry Austin Gibson, my apologies, that leads the way. Now, he's got one of the Micromax karts one of the Minimax karts, my apologies, in front of him and Harry Williams, who's second. Charles Sayer there in third from Mason Brooks and Knight Measures. Now, as they come through Derek's corner, Sebastian Clark is being met with one of the back markers. Now that would be Logan Baker, who did a good job of getting out of the way. You'll see Baker's relatives in the KZ class. The Bakers have quite a strong name around this Kim Bolton circuit, but it's been a strong win from Sebastian Clark, who comes round the final corner, takes a well-deserved win. Now, I wonder how big of a gap he got from Jensen Sale behind. It was a 5-second gap. So I think Sale just playing the long game. He wants to make sure he gains consistent points and not make any silly mistakes. He'll win from Akil Nagioni and Oliver Barton, from Benjamin Law, Max Wheatley and Lewis Herbertson. And the battle in the Water Swift is still going on. That is very close. I think Austin Gibson just got it in the end, but the battle for second saw Mason Brooks get into second place. What a job by Mason Brooks, with Harry Williams and Jarlath Sayer rounding out your top 4. The Water's having a really good battle between each other. But now the Cadet drivers are finished. We're going to get onto some X30 action here for the second time. And we're going to be taking it straight into the juniors with some Junior X30 racing. As the next category of karts come out onto the circuit, the Junior X30s. Problem for Rocco Shenton. He could just about get going, but he's going to have to work very hard on this warm-up lap to catch up to his starting position. Speaking of the starting positions, let's have a little look. It's Finley Lyons who starts from pole, with Finley Allen in second, from Evan Purcell and Smiley Kira, from Alex Wiley and Dylan Patel to Archie Owen and Ralphie Branscombe, from Barney Copley, Rocco Shenton, Aaron Richardson and Max Yule, from Jacko and Drawbridge, George Edgar, Henry Ryan, from Griffin Neckelberg, Max Cooper and John Seward. Rounds out your grid. Now, did Rocco Shenton get to his spot? I don't think he did. He will not be starting from... Where was he starting? He's going to be starting from 8th. He won't be starting from 8th. Well, Rocco Shenton, you've got one hell of a task in front of you to catch up and gain something out of this race. Let's see what happens as we go into turn 1. Finley Lyons on the inside. He will hold it there. And who is that into second? That is going to be one of the Fusion Motorsport karts who come filing through. Now, Samani Kira, who stepped up from Cadet Racing, she's got her way into 3rd place. And into second, that could be Purcell. But Finley Lyons is already getting a bit of a gap so far. So, using the curbs to rotate is Finley Lyons as he comes down into Kestrel Corner. Now, Alex Wiley's down your screens as well. He's trying to get past Kira. And he goes to the inside at the final corner. Now, will Kira get the run round the outside to hold it? They're going to be rubbing pod to pod as they go down the start finish straight. But I think Wiley's just about got it. Let's see how Rocco Shenton's done that first lap. He's made it up to 10th already, although starting pretty much in 18th. So 8 places gained so far for Shenton. And I'm not surprised if we don't see any more coming up any later. We need to watch out for Shenton because he's a driver who makes some very risky moves, but somehow perfects them. It's the only word to describe it. It's just perfection. Finley Lyons out on your screens. He is still sending it round this Kim Bolton circuit. And you can see Rocco Shenton on your screens. He ran a bit wide going out the Dan Weldon complex. Now, there is one of the BMR karts on your screens. That will be Archie Owen. And there is Rocco Shenton on your screens. He's got past George Edgar, who won the first heat earlier today. And you can see the drivers taking different lines. Some will go for the curb, some will go round the outside to carry more speed through the corner. It's sort of the matter of where your opponents are around you, and whatever line you think works best for you and your kart. Now Archie Owens having a good battle with one of the mixed Barrett karts. That was Max Yule. As they come into the Kim Bolton corner once again. As Rocco Shenton makes a move, as on one of the Fusion Motorsport carts. I couldn't see who that was. But Rocco Shenton now past Aaron Richardson, it looks like. And oh, he'll have a look back. But Rocco Shenton is on an absolute mission at the moment. The driver who started in 18th after a problem in the grid has now seen himself go from 18th to 7th in a space of 2 or 3 laps. Now, he's got a bit of a margin if he wants to catch up to the leaders. But I won't be surprised if he actually does that, because the speed and pace this driver has is remarkable. We'll come into Kessel Corner one more time. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. And oh my word! Rocco Shenton, what are you doing to this Kim Bolton circuit? Down the inside of Archie Owen. And Owen, I don't know if you can really fight back to that, because he'll just go back at you. Rocco Shenton, some of the latest braking moves I think I've ever seen into that final corner. If Rocco sees a gap, he's going to go for it, no matter how small it is. And here he is on your screens. What is there to say about this man? If we don't see him at the front in this final later on today, and I don't know what's gone on, but the number 86, Rocco Shenton on that Synergy kart, he's got a bit of a margin now. He needs to work on his pace, catch up to Max Schul, and then sure enough, he'll be on the back of the pack for the top 4 here. Now that's Alex Wiley on the inside of the driver in second. That was Purcell. Now they're battling for second place. Now they'll come flying up to Derek's corner once again. There is Wiley on your screens. Finley Lyons still leading the way, as we said. Finley is just keeping to himself. And as they come through once again, the Dan Welding complex, such a interesting corner is the Dan Welding complex, because there's so much that goes on in such a short amount of time. The drivers have to be really considerate and think about what they do before they actually get to the corner. Great to see Samani Kira, who was at the front in the Water Swift categories earlier this year, has taken the step to Junior X30 and is now learning the craft of how to drive one of these junior karts. They're a lot different to a cadet kart, but she's slowly getting the hang of things and is doing pretty well. Sitting in 4th is not a bad place to be, as Finley Lyons has just gone from the rest of the pack. Now there's a yellow flag just on the start finish, but that was just for a marshal getting over, so it won't affect the drivers. But Finley Lyons, who of course has set the fastest lap, has got a 4.1 second lead from the drivers behind. So if that doesn't say anything about Finley Lyons, I don't know what does. The driver who stepped up from cadets after competing in the Rotax World Finals. Finley just taken a step out to the Miami World Finals. He competed in the Junior X30 category, just like he is today, and really showed it up. So we have got some world-class drivers here at the Kim Bolton circuit. Now, we're about to go on to the final lap of the race. And I tell you now, the radiators on these karts will need to be taped up. You can see them there, all taped up. It is very chilly here at Kim Bolton, it has to be said. I think I've got about 5 layers of clothing on. Let's speak about the racing here, because Kira is having a brilliant battle with Aaron, with Purcell, it looks like. Now, while he got through on Purcell a lap or two ago, Will Kira now look at the opportunity for a move on Purcell? Now, we don't need to worry much about Finley Lyons. He's just pulled away with a massive, massive gap of reaching over 5 seconds. The driver who kept it clean at the start. And once you keep it clean from there, it's just putting in the laps, putting the times together, and soon enough, you'll come around the final corner and take the win in June X30. Finley Lyons, yeah, get that rear sliding, get it, show off to the crowd. And Alex Wiley finishes in second. Now it's Purcell in third, but a drag race to the line between Kira and Yule. I think Kira got it just across the line. Rocco Shenton recovers from 6th, from 18th. It'll be very exciting to see how Shenton gets on in the final. Don't count him out just yet. And Aaron Richardson came home in 7th from George Edgar, Archie Owen and Ralphie Branscombe in the top 10. And as the final drivers are just coming across the line now. The junior racing was very exciting, but now we've got to go on to some senior X30 racing, and if it's anything like the first heat, it's damn well to be exciting. So as the senior X30 drivers come out on the grid, let's have a look at the grid, shall we? Here's Alfie O'Brien, who starts from pole. Aaron Lask in second from Ron Exberg. Jensen Pugh. Josh Jones to Sam Branston from Matthew Morgan and Henry Rodins Hart. From Jasmine Taylor to Alvin Chew. From Morgan Moore, Peter Jurovic. Monty Breathwaite from Tristan Powell, Ty Stansfield, Jack Dan, Luca Mann, Sam Lewis, Natalie DeBeck, Harry Maynard, King Garrity, Thomas Hodge, Morgan Hill, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Harris, Lewis Bird, Harvey Roth, George Maywell, Katie Ashman, Lucas Armstrong, Boyce Robaco, Zach Wellen, Gellert Harris Bayat, and Christopher Fox rounds out your row of drivers. Let's see what happens here then. Alfie O'Brien. He's showed a lot of pace in the first heat. Aaron Lass is a strong driver as well. He's front of the championship. Let's see what happens. There's a false start, because it looks like a driver who just came out of the pits was having some problems in the dummy grid. So they'll go around once again, and it'll give the opportunity for these drivers to search for any hidden grip that they hadn't seen beforehand. So it's Marcus Harris, who was late coming out the dummy grid, but let's see if we can get racing for the second time I'm asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Alfie Bryan to the inside. Oh! Jurovic's been spun halfway through the field, and he was very lucky not to be collected. Sam Lewis goes on a little spin as well. Natalie DeBecker's gone round as well. But in the barriers, that looks like a real shame for one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. They'll come through the Dan Weldon complex, and it'll be Aaron Lass that still leads the way, with Ryan Etchberg in second. But I wonder if we'll be seeing a Battenberg flag anytime soon. The driver of the number 63 is under investigation. I wonder what that would may be for. But as we go into turn 1, will we be seeing Battenberg flags for the time being? No, we don't. So I think the barrier damage is not to that extent that we need to bring one out. The drivers will be braking into turn 1 on the inside. Now, Ryan Ekberg, who took the lead there, capitalised on other drivers' mistakes, and is in front of Aaron Lask. Now, coming down my start-finish straight, now Harvey Roth has got a very bent rear axle, it has to be said, and he'll be seeing his way to the pit lane. So, unfortunate for Harvey Roth there. But let's see what Aaron Lask can do, because Aaron is a very quick driver. He's behind Ryan Ekberg. And as they come around to finish this lap, we'll see what the times predict what their pace will be. Now, Alfie O'Brien is there in 4th. And oh my word, there's drivers all over the Kim Bolton corner. Drivers taking all sorts of lines. Now, Ryan Ekberg still holds the fastest lap of the race. And Aaron Lask is 3/10 off him at the moment. So, the pace so far would say Ryan Ekberg would have made the move. Oh! Now, Ryan Ekberg was very slow going into Derek's corner. Was there a problem? I mean, the rain will flood the engines if the driver goes into a puddle. So I wonder if Ekberg's engine had flooded for a moment. That starved the engine and lost a bunch of engine performance. Now Aaron Lask is taking full advantage of that. He's going to go to the inside. And what will Ekberg do to fight back? He can't fight back just at the moment. He's going to wait and buy this time into turn 1 maybe. They'll go down the start finish straight. And Ekberg is losing power down the straight. You can see him trying to fiddle with the engine. Alfie O'Brien tries to go around the outside of Ekberg. But let's just watch him again. When he goes down this straight into Derek's corner, let's just watch him. If you see if he drops back again. Now it's hard to see from that camera angle, but Alfie O'Brien, who was very far back, closed in extremely quickly and has got his way into 3rd. So that moves Jensen Pugh up to 2nd. Alfie O'Brien to 3rd. Now let's watch here. Let's watch Ryan Ekberg. Look, he's just got no straight line speed, what at all. Keane Geraghty has gone round the outside of him. And well, Ryan Ekberg is going to become a sort of moving chicane now. He'll get done by 2 karts there. That was Morgan Moore, who did 2 for the price of 1 there. As they come down into turn 1, Aaron Lusk really late on the brakes, has to be said. Now let's watch for Keane Geraghty, the driver who runs the GP plate to showcase his success at a different karting circuit. Now, one of the biggest venues that they hold all year, the Kart Masters Grand Prix. Now, Alfie O'Brien is still there in 4th. Now, Keane Geraghty has got past him. Keane Geraghty is a very strong driver indeed and has picked up a lot of speed in both the X30 and Rotax categories ever since going to a privateer spec. The driver who used to race with Jack Dex Racing, who now owns his own race team, Geraghty Racing, as they come down into turn 1. There is Jensen Pugh on your screens. Now Alfie O'Brien taking quite a different line there. He'll go to the outside and brake a lot later than the other drivers. Now I don't think that really helped him too much. He wasn't very quick through those sets of corners. But there are battles all the way throughout the field here. And oh, Jensen Pugh very close to the grass there. Will this be the opportunity for Geraghty to go around the outside? He'll force Pugh to the curb. But I don't think Keane Geraghty could get it yet. Oh, wow. Actually, he's got the run round the outside. Good move there by Geraghty, who I didn't think was going to have the speed to get round. But Geraghty just like to prove people wrong. And now he is in 2nd place. So we'll have to look at the times of both drivers. But could Lask see a last-minute intervention with Keane Geraghty? Now, oh, there's a driver off there. Off at the Derek's corner. Now, was that Matthew Morgan, it looked like, who was stuck on the inside of the corner? I think it might have well been. As they come round once again into Kestrel corner. Alfie O'Brien, who go to the outside now. Has he got the run to go to the inside of Jensen Pugh? Yes, he does. But Pugh will switch on the cutback, but he won't get the momentum down the straight. So that puts Alfie O'Brien back into a podium position. Now you'll see Alfie O'Brien is very aggressive into that turn one, and that counted him wrong because Jensen Pugh got to the inside. Alfie O'Brien on the cutback. They're going to be side by side, and watch out for Morgan Hill as well. Morgan Hill will be looking to take all the scraps of this. Alfie O'Brien was bunching them all up as they came through the Derek's corner. The yellow flag sector though, so they couldn't have overtaken through there. Ty Stansfield's behind Morgan Hill as well. Let's see what Ty can do, and Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore, very quick driver in the wet. And let's see what happens. Oh, Morgan Hill, very late on the brakes compared to Jensen Pugh. And he got the run coming out the corner as well. So I think he's going to go side by side and gets past Jensen Pugh into turn one. So the two teammates. Now I wonder what Pugh will do. Oh, Ty Stansfield nudging Jensen Pugh very wide. And I wonder if the stewards will have something to say about that. Now, there's a driver going slowly there. That's one of the Kart Republic karts. And I couldn't see who that was. That might well be one of the drivers near the back of the field. But on my timing screens, Ryan Ekberg has dropped into the pit lane. What has happened to Ryan Ekberg? Now, this is a brilliant move from Kean Geraghty. He's got one lap to try and do it, but no, because a checkered flag's coming out, and Aaron Last takes the win from Kean Geraghty. And Morgan Hill got into third from Stansfield. And Morgan Moore, who made it to fifth. Now, we do have to say, what has happened to Alfie O'Brien? Because on that final corner, and he's stipulating, he's finished near the back of the pack. So I wonder if there's any contact involved with Brian. But what a race from Senior X30. Just like Heat 1. Showcasing why they are who they are. Some very fierce racing. But now, it's time to head over to the TKM side of our club meeting. We're going to go into some TKM Extreme Racing, followed up by the KZs. So there is your final results for Senior X30s. But let's get ready to go racing in TKM Extreme. As the TKM Extreme karts come out of the grid, let's have a little look at the lineup. It's going to be Jessica Fitchhill from Adam Sparrow on the front row. They'll be joined by William Bryant and William Bloom from Spencer Lane, Thomas Shaw, Patrick Leaf and Leah Robertson round out your four rows. From Reese Porter, Oliver Bowen, Kean Bennett and Michael Cornell rounds out your row six. So this is going to be a very exciting race. We've got Sparrow, who is a Kimbolton Club champion. Knows how to drive the circuit very well, but has since taken his time to car racing in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Finished second in the championship, losing out by the lead, by the winner of the championship by a single point. So with Adam Sparrow, it's basically anything he gets in, he knows how to drive it. Let's see if he can bring back his karting roots. And oh! Is that a problem for Jessica Fitchhill? The driver who started second on the grid, well, my apologies, first on the grid, is now slowing down. So Well, what's going to happen here? It's going to be a full start, but I think she's just got back going. So Jessica will have to close up to the rest of the pack, and she'll be allowed to get back into her pole spot. But wow, that's not the best start you want to a race, where your engine starts to fail on you. And I wonder if that was the engine or any sort of other component that meant that before she could even start the race, she'd fully lost all power. So they'll go around once again to give the chance for Jessica to get back into a position. And hopefully we'll be going for a second time in TKM Extreme. So the driver's formed up. Jessica is back into her place. Now, she doesn't seem to have any problems now, so that is a good sign. As they come round the final corner, Adam Sparrow is alongside her. Watch out for Adam Sparrow as we go down into turn one. We are racing here at Kimbolton. Adam Sparrow late on the brakes. Now he'll go to the outside, but will Jessica Flitch Hall cover her off? I think she couldn't do it. So that put Alan Sparrow into the lead. Jessica Flitch Hall into second. And Spencer Lane is into third. Now as they all come flying into Derek's corner, let's see what Spencer Lane can do. Round the outside of Jessica Flitch Hall. That was a strong move from Lane. Now as they come down into the final couple of corners, Adam Sparrow really late on the brakes. You can just see how much he jacks the car to get it to rotate, and he'll power straight away to use the rear of the car to throw him round the corner. So Jessica Flitch Hall is still in third, but it's getting charged down by William Bryan, who goes round the outside of her, round the turn one. And I think Oliver Bowen had a look as well. So that would have been a move for fourth. But you can see Alan Sparrow is finding lines around this circuit where most drivers hadn't even considered looking at, which is why he's finding all this extra grip that is keeping him out in front. Now we'll watch the times as they come round the final corner down the start-finish straight. We do have the timing line on the straight, which is where they'll clog the lap times. And it's Adam Sparrow on your screens there. He has the fastest lap of the race, 56.4 to be exact. Spencer Lane in second, only has a 56.7, so the times are showing that Alan Sparrow has the pace to win. It's just about not making silly mistakes. He's just got to stay where he is. And this is a good battle for third. This is for the final podium spot. It's going to be William Bryan and Oliver Bowen side by side. Now Bowen will go to the inside. He'll lean on Bryan. That's a good move there from Bowen. He got the move sorted, but will Bryan try and fight back? We'll have to wait and see. As they come through the final corner, down the start-finish straight. Now there's Adam Sparrow on your screens. He's not being caught by Spencer Lane just yet. And we know Adam Sparrow is not a driver to make silly mistakes. So he'll just bide his time. And he has 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So he's still got quite a fair bit of the way to go. He's only about halfway through the race. Oh, look at the spray kicking up. I think that's from Patrick Leaf, who tapped a puddle coming out of the Derek's corner. Now you can see how wide they have to run through that Dan Weldon corner just to try and find the extra grip in the dry conditions where all the marbles are laid. That's what the drivers are trying to find in these wet conditions, because those marbles are really grippy, and of course the marbles are coming off the tyres in these dry conditions. Now there's Patrick Leaf on your screens. He's having a good battle with William Bryan, who's dropped to 5th. Now I wonder if Bloom will have anything to say about Bryan's performance. Not as yet. He won't have a look just as yet for a move on Bryant. A quite distinct livery is Bryant's car, that yellow and blue colour ride, and oh, what a move from Bloom. Now he nearly got it done, but it just wasn't enough, and he'll try and go on the cutback. He'll try and go around the outside. Now there's going to be a bit of grip on the outside, so will he be able to hold it? Yes, he does. So good move by Bloom. And Bryan will now see himself drop down to 6th, and he's going to have to watch out. He's got Thomas Shaw behind him. Thomas Shaw being a very quick TKM Extreme driver. Now William Bloom, it looks like he's struggling to see out of his visor. He's had to lift it up. So that'll be the pure fact of all the spray. And I'm going to say William Bloom, he'll be getting absolutely sprayed with that visor up. So here it is, your battle for 6th. He's going to hopefully include Thomas Shaw. There he is. We were just waiting for him to come on the camera. And Leo Robinson, he's not having the best of race here. I don't know what sort of happened to Robinson. He's been a very quick driver in the first heat, as well as Cornell, but both drivers sitting there not really doing much. I mean, of course, we can all say just go quicker, but it's always hard to find the time when everyone is sort of around the same pace, which is the one problem with TKM racing. I mean, it's not really a problem in a bad way, but everyone is so close together. It means that the margin for error is very slim. And the margin to gain time on others is also very slim. So 20 seconds left on the clock, plus that additional lap. They'll come round to start the penultimate lap. And Alan Sparrow, he's been in this position before, both in karts and cars, where he's leading the way and he's got a perfect margin to the driver behind. So all he needs to do now is conserve himself, make sure he doesn't push out 100% right now. He wants to be about the 80% mark, where he's on the limit, but it's just taking his time, being gentle with what he does to the kart. Because although you want to be aggressive in the wet, being too aggressive could definitely send you in a spin. So it's trying to find that perfect margin. Now they'll come on to the last lap, and oh, you can just see Sparrows braking as hard as possible into the first corner. As they come through turn 2 and 3, Spencer Lane using the curbs, unlike Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow just using his throttle applications to power the kart through, and well, it must be working because he has the fastest lap and is leading the way still. Final sector is now upon us, with 2 corners left to go until Sparrow takes a nice win on his return back to Kimbolton and back to his karting days. He loves to win in a car race, but this is where it started. It's always about the karting. And he's going to take a win in TKM Extreme. signals to Spencer Lane saying, you know what, good job. You kept up with me, that was a good job. Oliver Bowen is in third. He rounds out your opponent's spot. So he pulled a big gap from Patrick Leaf, as we said, from William Bloom and William Bryant, which, unfortunate for Bryant, he just didn't have the pace in that race. Thomas Shaw speculating to his mechanic, saying some sort of issue with the car. So to be that quick with an issue, it looked like something to do with the pedals. So that's a bit interesting, as the rest of the drivers come flying through. Unfortunate for Flitchell, who started near the front and just dropped near the back at the end. There is your final results. An 8-second gap from Lane and Sparrow. So watch out for Sparrow and Lane in the final later today. But now it's time to take to the circuit some of our quickest karts here this weekend. It's KZ UK. So the green flag out at the start finish gantry. And sure enough, we'll be getting KZ racing around the Kimbolton circuit as they come out onto the grid. As they set off on their formation lap. Be the perfect opportunity to have a look at our grid. So it's going to be Jake Weston who starts from pole, from Jake Baker alongside him, Hannah Lang and Zilvus Kilmas from Ralph Youngling and Richard Palmer. It'll be Bua Phillips and Sam Ward from Dan McEwen, Jed DeFriend and Aston Baker, who rounds out your grid of drivers. So as the next lot get ready in the dummy grid, that'll be the final preparations for the drivers to get themselves warmed up, get ready to go racing. And I bet you between the races, these drivers are trying to get warm, because it is not the warmest day here today at Kimbolton. The weather forecast definitely didn't brighten up anyone's day. But we're here racing, so what else could you say? It's always good to be back at a racetrack. And always a good day when watching KZ racing. So they'll just be warming up their karts now. They've just done their first formation lap, now on the second formation lap. As they come into the final corner now. You'll see them stop at the last corner here, and that's just to do a practice start and to make sure they get their clutch biting point correct. The biting point on the clutch is so important when it comes to these races, because if the clutch slips and you stall, then that's going to be in a very dangerous position for you. Let's see what happens here. I think we're missing a couple drivers, so we're going to go around again. And a driver stopped there. I think that may be one of these Sodi karts. Now, who could that well be? They're going to get pushed back and going. Now I wonder if that was Jake Baker who had a problem there. That's number 33, that's Kilmas. So that's a big problem for Kilmas there. So hopefully he'll be back and hopefully his car will be working properly. But a couple drivers were missing out on. So Aston Baker didn't leave the grid, but I feel like we might be missing a couple other drivers. So they'll re-grid once again, hopefully in the right positions. And Kilmas, I wonder if he'll be allowed to start from his original starting position. It is left clear, so I'm assuming he'll be allowed to form up. As the revs arise, we're going to hope we get ready. Yeah, he hasn't. Kilmas has not been allowed to restart from his original position. So Kilmas will be starting from the back of the grid. Really unfortunate that is from Kilmas, but he's got work to do. We're going to look to the lights now as the lights start counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's lights down, away we go. And let's see how Jake Weston gets on down into turn 1. That's going to be Ralph Youngling on the concrete. But round the outside, is that Baker? Is that Jake Baker who gets round the outside and into the lead? Sam Ward's going to have a look at a lead as well. What a start from Baker. He got the run round the outside and took perfect opportunity. And as we go down into turn 1, Sam Ward is there on your insides. Now, he had a look on Baker. There was a slippery surface flag going into that sector. I think that was just to warn the drivers, you know, you've got to slow down a bit more here. You're going in a bit too quick. Now, they come around the final corner down the start-finish rate to finish the first lap. And, oh, this is side-by-side action, and Sam Ward is into the lead of the race, past Baker. Good move by Sam Ward, and it looks like he's got the pace to try and pull away. And who is that who's just jumped into second? Is that Weston who's back into second? Yes, it is. And Richard Palmer into third as well. So, unfortunate for Jack Baker there. But it is this scenario where when one driver gets through, it just opens opportunities for the other to come through as well. And in the space of around 10 seconds, he's gone from first to fourth. So, not the start that Baker wanted. But they'll come round again to finish the second lap. There is Baker on your screens, having a battle with another driver. And Ralph Youngling is having a good race. He's into fourth. And Youngling, who is fairly new to the KZ racing, it's only his second meeting at Kim Bolton as a KZ driver. He had a lot of issues in the first round. And there's Sam Ward on your screen. Sam Ward, who last month took part in both KZ and 177 and enjoyed both respectively. The number 9 car, he got a seeded number at the British Karting Championships to show that he is one of the quickest out there in the country. And he's proven it here. He's already got a bit of a margin of around 2 seconds at the moment. So that'll be exciting as Phillips and Ralph Youngling are going at each other. Oh, Youngling touches the back and that nearly sent him into a spin. But Phillips gets down the inside of Youngling. Now that'll be the move for fourth. How will Youngling fight back from this? He has a look to the inside, but that was very, very close. He was all over the puddles, and I thought he was going straight off there. Good job by Youngling to hold on to that one. As they come round the final corner again. Now, Sam Ward, what will he be doing in this scenario? Will he be just conserving himself? Oh, Phillips. What a camera shot. Provided by TNL Sports. Pure Phillips getting sideways into turn 1. How on earth did he save that? Ralph Youngland. Ralph Youngland's gone for a spin. Oh, that's so unfortunate. And he rolls into the grass, so I don't think he'll be able to get that running. So, I mean, he'll try and spin the rears, but he's just going to dig into the ground. And, well, that'll be Ralph Youngland out of it. He'll have to jump out the car. So unfortunate for Youngland. That's the second time now he's been at the front, and a simple mistake has seen him drop to the drop to the back of the field. So Richard Palmer is there in third now, and that's going to move Jake Baker back up to fifth. Unfortunate that from Ralph Youngland, who we're going to probably see fight through in the final, because he has got the pace to be at the front. It's just the matter of luck as they go down the gears into the final corner. Now they've got to be pretty decisive on what gears they take into each corner. Compared to the dry conditions, they may want to take an extra gear higher just to stop the wheel spin, because the lower gear you are, the higher the rev range will be. And that's why you'll hear them screaming in second and third gear. And then they'll use their fifth and sixth gear for the straights. Now Richard Palmer is slowly closing in on Western. We have got a minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So I don't know if it'll be enough to catch, but as we said, one simple mistake can see you dropping down the field. But Weston looks pretty set right now. He's showed a lot of potential at the last round of the championship, and sure enough, he'll be trying to do the same here, and hopefully we'll see him back here in 2025. As we come down once again into that Weldon complex, you can just see how careful they're having to be through the complex, trying to make sure they don't go in a bit too hard and lose the kart. I'll come around the last corner once again, and Richard Palmer, he struggles to get the power down. I wonder if he needs to try a different tactic when going through that corner. It seems to me like Jake Weston gets the better of him on the acceleration. Now there's Sam Ward in your screens. Now he's pulled a 5.5 second gap, so his race at the moment is looking pretty settled, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. That is the one thing I guess we always talk about. It's just, you know, you got to not make mistakes. We see it all the way from karting to the pinnacle of motorsport. Just when you think everything's going right, one small problem, and it could send you tumbling down the field. Now, you can see Jake Weston there on your screens. A very distinct livery and kart and livery helmet. He definitely looks good whilst racing, but is he quick enough? That'll be the question. Now, there is Jake Weston once again coming through the Dan Weldon complex. Now Sam Ward, right last lap, set a 44.01. That's a new purple lap time. He'll miss a gear, look like, coming out the final corner, but it won't mean much to him. He'll be going on to the last lap now. He's got a pretty conservative lead of 6.1 seconds, so all he needs to do now is cruise around, and he's sure to take the second heat win in KZ. So this is the main battle we need to watch. Jake Weston and Richard Palmer, as Sam Ward comes down the that Weldon complex for the final time in this race. You can see all the water kicking up on the entry. That won't really help their braking speed. But round the final couple of corners, we'll have a quick look back to second and third. They won't make any moves on each other. They're just a bit too far back. Sam Ward takes the win, and he looks behind and thinks, well, where is everyone? A 6.5 second lead. sees Jake Westwood in second, from Palmer in third. And soon enough it'll be Phillips who crosses the line in fourth. Here he is on your screens. And he'll be joined by Dan McKeown and Jake Baker. Unfortunate for Baker, he was looking good at the start of the race. From Hannah Lang in 7th, and it was Kilmass who finished in 8th. So it could have been a different story for Kilmass if the problems at the start of the race never happened. But there we go, KZ Heat 2. A brilliant finish to their heat races. Now, we've got 3 heat races left before we get into our A finals. And we're going to start it off with Junior Rotax. So it is important we say thank you to the marshals as always. And we look set to go racing. And it's going to be Charlie Fgrave who starts from pole. So I know Lindsay, who's watching from home, get your fingers crossed ready for Charlie. And he'll be starting from pole. Oliver Liversedge will be starting from second, from Lauder and Williams, from Alexander Gerges and Thomas Hill, from Devon Taylor and Harry Russell. Your fourth row of the grid from Samir Poole, Lucy Wilden, Ryan Rapini, Mikey Walker, Teddy Cooper, Laurie McVie, Toby Farthing and Lachlan Homer rounds out your row 8. It's going to be Owen Keenan, Callum Sims, Dejon Bennett, George Cole from Joel Dixon Cohen, Oxford Keane, Logan Hartshaw, Blake Southern rounds out your row 12. And Riley Mason-Lewis, George Phillips, Connor Lars, Zach Starbuck, Oliver Meek, Donovan Parabic, Jacko and Drawbridge and Joshua Smith rounds out your 16 rows, with Jason Hartshaw starting from 33rd. Now, we need to watch for Joshua Smith. He could wrap up the championship if he finishes in front of Joel Dixon Cohen. Let's see what happens here. Charlie Fgrave will be starting from pole. He's high up in the championship as well. Let's see if we go racing for the first time. Yes, we do. The lights go out and we're down into turn 1. Charlie Fgrave on the inside. He'll cover off, but he gets done round the outside by one of the Project 1 drivers. And I think that was Oliver Liversedge who gets the move done. They'll come through the first couple of corners and Charlie Fgrave is still there in second place. But it's been a strong start from one of the Project 1 cars. Oh, driver spinning off there. I couldn't see who that was. But the battle for second still rages on. That's got Gerges and Hill involved, with Fgrave there trying to defend off the rest of the pack as they go down into the second to last corner. Fgrave all over the curb, spinning those rear wheels, trying to get out of the corner as quick as possible. Thomas Hill to the inside of Gerges. And Mikey Walker's there as well. So they'll come across the line, and it was Liversedge who leads the way in that Project 1 kart, the red and green liveried kart. Charlie Fgrave there in second place, and he is defending off the rest of the pack pretty much, and he's got a Gerges to the inside. Now Gerges got it done before the braking zone, so that will drop Charlie to third. And Thomas Hill, who won't be no stranger to try and get past Fgrave. But Fgrave, he's improved a lot recently. He's a driver who many people should be watching out for. His last race in Junior Rotax before stepping up into seniors next year. And he's going to be a driver to watch out for in 2025 for sure. Now he'll come round the final corner. We'll get a nudge from Thomas Hill. And the one of Thomas Hill is stipulating to Charlie, saying, well, you know I'm quicker. And he already gets it done before the braking zone. Let's see how Mikey Walker does then against Fgrave. He's closed in quite a lot on those last couple of laps. Mikey Walker, who started from 7th, he's in the top 5, but he wants to make up some more ground as they go down into Derek's corner. And Charlie Fgrave getting shoved wide there by Mikey Walker. And round the outside because one of the project. One of the Pro Chain carts. And going over the top was Fgrave. Now that was going over the top of Rapini. Now I wonder if those two have still kept going. Yes, they have. But the driver of Rapini, he went down the inside of Charlie. Charlie had the run coming back on him through the Dan Weldon complex, but the two drivers came to tow, and there wasn't really much else he could really do. The rest of the pack comes flying through. Let's see how Joshua Smith has got on. He's currently up 13 places to 19th, and his arch nemesis, Jonathan Cohen, is in 11th. He's made up 10 places, so well, it's going to be a battle against the two. But although Joshua Smith is where he is, he's still looking set for the championship. The point margin between 11th and 19th won't be enough for Joel Dixon Cohen to make up any ground, as one of the Evolution carts does a 2-for-1 as they go down to start, finish straight into turn 1. I think Fgrave didn't like the look of that move, and he wants to look at getting a move back on him. Now, he was overtaken by Williams, who lost a place at the start of the race. He's trying to gain back some lost ground. But at the front, it's still Liversedge, who is driving perfectly this weekend, who is first time to the Kimbolton circuit, and is going to look set to take in a heat win here. We still have 2.5 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap, so we can't call it just yet. As drivers making moves through the field. There's Owen Keenan on your screens. He's battling with Fgrave now. So Fgrave not having the best of race. It's sort of the marker that when one person makes a move, it gives the opportunity for other drivers to look at a pass as well. And it has knocked Fgrave into the wrong momentum. He needs to be pushing forward, and now he just keeps dropping backwards. Joel Dixon Cohen gets up on the inside of Fgrave, and now he's going to have Teddy Cooper to watch out from. Watch out for Cooper. He's a quick driver, so he could be looking at a couple of moves. Now Joel Dixon Cohen here, he needs to make up as many places as possible just for this championship. This championship is on the line at the moment. Two people that could do it is Joshua Smith and Joel Dixon Cohen. He makes the move on Owen Keenan. Teddy Cooper goes down the inside of Fgrave as well. Now they'll come into turn 1 once again. Now, will Owen Keenan sit behind, or will he look at a move? I don't think Keenan is one to worry about a championship. If anything, he would love to ruin one of their championships. He wants to be the cork in the bottle and spice things up when it comes to the final. Now the timer is ticking down. We have got 50 seconds left plus that additional lap, and a driver off on the commentary box, one of the Pro Train drivers. He hit one of the wet patches and has turned into Mudman, we could call him. Unfortunate there, and I couldn't get a number. I think it might be Riley Mason-Lewis, but he's very upset with himself, so I hope he is alright. And as the timer ticks down, it is the penultimate lap. So a shame there for Riley Mason-Lewis. It was unfortunate to see him go off there. But now, let's go on to the last lap. It's still Liversedge that leads the way, from Gergus in second, from Thomas Hill and Mikey Walker in fourth. Stanley Williams rounds out your top five, from Joel Dixon Cohen, who's there in sixth. Now, my apologies, I did think it was another driver. It was Lachlan Homer who went off the lap before, so unfortunate for Homer. But here comes Liversedge. He has been on the charge at the moment. His first time here to the Kim Bolton circuit, and is looking set to take a heat win. This will be a remarkable story. And only his first time here to the circuit. Round the final corner, he'll be behind a back marker, but that won't do much for him. He's going to take the checker flag here at Kim Bolton. Takes the second heat win in junior Rotax. Gergus in second, from Hill in third. As he watched the drivers fly through. It's Mikey Walker who finished in fourth, from Stanley Williams in fifth. Joel Dixon Cohen gets to sixth, from Keenan in seventh. Now George Cole was in eighth, from Teddy Cooper. And Charlie F-Grave hold on to the top 10. Now, Callum Sims finished 11th, from Stack Starbuck in 12th. He made up 16 places. Joshua Smith finished in 13th. He made up 19 places. And I think that's enough to keep him in front of the championship, and with the intention that he could have already won the championship. There was Jacko and Drawbridge having a quick look at his engine as the last couple of drivers come through. Well, what a race that was in Junior Rotax. Same as the first heat, where there was just action all over the place. Fortunate to see drivers such as Charlie F-Grave not getting results he should really have needed. He, although being one of the quickest in Saturday, he has struggled with momentum in that heat race. And I need to close the door because it is absolutely freezing out there, and the temperature has dropped substantially. So the next group of drivers are out on circuit, and it's senior Rotax who are on their formation lap, and they're ready to get racing. It's going to be George Hart who starts from pole, from Felix Stolkin and Jack Spencer in third, from Charlie Webb and Victor Finlater. He'll be joined by Josh Turnbull and Luke Bate from George Allen, who rounds out your row four. It's going to be Thomas Pryor and Finley Jones from Paulo Nunes Aranda, Harry Blore, Adam White and Jonathan Rowton from James Tester and Dan Ginchard, who'll be starting from 16th. Each from Martin and Deacon Russell, from Michael Morgan, Sav Chapman Lewis, Bryce Madison from Abby White, Leonard Gallio from Calvin Ashwood Smith, from Angelica Kennard, who will round out our grid. Now they're just coming around the final corner. Will we get going for the first time of asking? Let's have a look. They'll come down the start-finish straight. And we're set to go racing down into turn one. Or are we? Because there's a false start flag out. And that will mean the drivers will have to go round once again. So I wonder for the reason of that. I think the drivers weren't lined up correctly and carrying a bit too much speed on that start. So give another opportunity for the drivers to go round once again. Now, it'll be exciting to see what drivers such as Deacon Russell and James Ethan Martin and Daniel Ginchard do from their starting positions. They are in the middle of the pack, and it'll be interesting to see how they drive through the field. Now let's see what happens here. It's Felix Stolkin in that Project 1 car who'll be starting from the outside row of row 1. And in these wet races, I think the outside row is probably the best spot to be in, because you can carry the speed into the first corner and hold the car around the outside, find all the extra grip. And, well, let's see if Stolkin will take into consideration his starting position on the outside of row 1. Let's see if the lights will go out for the second time of asking. Yes, they do. We're down into turn 1. And let's have a look. What will Jack Spencer do in front of Jack? Oh, he's going to look for the move on the inside. Now, Victor Finlater could not get the car stopped, and so couldn't Joshua Turnbull. Now, I was speaking to Jack Spencer earlier today. He said, watch for me in that second heat. Watch when I start third. I'll go to first by the first corner. Watch me. And he's only gone and done it. So, well, Jack Spencer live up to the name, and he's into first as there's drivers piling into each other in the Derek's corner, but George Hart holds on to second place, but Jack Spencer, what a move, and kept to his word, he has to say. What a job by Jack Spencer, who will, I was going to say, will lead coming out the first corner, first lap. It might be George Hart, but they'll come down and start finish straight. Spencer has the leading advantage, and yeah, perfect for Jack Spencer, who leads the way after the first lap. It's Charlie Webb who's there in fourth from Thomas Pryor and Felix Stolkin. Now Dan Ginchard has made up 9 places on that first lap. He's up to seventh, my apologies, and he'll be set to go forward even more. Now we know Ginchard has the pace to do so. It's just a matter of when and if he can do it. Now Jack Spencer has lost his lead. George Hart is back through, and will Harry Bloor have a look at Jack Spencer as well? They'll come flying into Kestrel corner and into the Kim Bolton corner again. And it's been an interesting start from the front row. Jack Spencer saw that little gap on the inside of turn 1 and thought, well, I better make the most of it. But, oh, was that a move for second place? That was. Harry Bloor went to the inside, but Jack Spencer got him on the exit. Now, this is still the battle raging on for second, and this is giving the perfect opportunity for George Hart to pull away. And, oh, well, Harry Bloor may have something to say about, well, what he's just done there, because Jack Spencer the rear was lifted by Bloor going into the Derek's corner, and that saw Spencer flying straight off. That's a shame for Spencer, who was having a good race. Now I wonder what the stewards will be saying about Harry Bloor's move. Well, as they come down once again, it's Charlie Webb who's now into second place. It's a Precision 1, 2, 3, 5, and these Precision racing cars are taking over the Kim Bolton grid at the moment. Daniel Ginchard is the next driver who will look at a move on Thomas Pryor. But, well, what could be said about Harry Bloor there, who we could see it from not far off. The driver went in a bit too quick, and good move by Charlie Webb. Gets past George Hart, and that will beat him into the lead of the race. Charlie Webb on that new Carlos Sainz chassis, with George Hart and Harry Bloor battling away with him. Now Thomas Pryor is going to have to watch out, because he's got a charging Dan Ginchard to the inside of him. Now Pryor tried to squeeze him to the concrete, but Ginchard thought, well, there's concrete there, I'm still going to use it. As long as he kept those as long as he kept one wheel on the white line, that would be enough to stay within the track limits. And to come down into Derek's corner. Now Charlie Webb leads the way. Now he's starting to pull a bit of a gap so far, and this will just help his gap from George Hart. Now Dan Ginchard is munching those curbs, and will this be a move from Ginchard on Harry Bloor? Yes, it is. Now Harry Bloor will try and fight back, but oh my word, Ginchard is thinking none of it. Straight down the inside of George Hart. That would be the move for second place. Now Ginchard is going to stipulate to his teammates. He's going to say, right, come on guys, you know I'm the quicker one here. We got to work and catch up to Charlie Webb here. If I go and catch him, I'll bring you along with me. And that is exactly what these guys are going to be doing for the next 2 minutes. Now, we know Charlie Webb's a quick driver. He's second in the championship, but we know what Dan Ginchard can do. He's a 2021 Junior Rotax British champion. And it's going to be Ginchard versus Webb in the latter stages of this race. Now Thomas Pryor's there. Will he try to break the precision sandwich? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, it's a late move from Pryor, but he gets it done. We've seen a lot of that last corner move being so dominant for just breaking as late as you possibly can, using the curve and sort of moving into your opponent and using them as a break. But a clean move that was from Pryor. But I don't think he held it on the switchback. So he'll have to try that one again. That is the one problem with that last corner. Many switchback manoeuvres, and you can just see the spray those two kinks before the Dan Weldon corner. You can just see Charlie Webb kicking up all the water, and surely he'll be struggling for some stability through there as Dan Ginchard is slowly closing in. There he is on your screen, see number 49. Now it's going to be hard to pick these drivers apart because they're all within the same team, the same colour sticker kit. There are the two Jack's Motorsport teammates. That's Luke Bate and Deacon Russell, with Ethan Martin just behind. So these drivers will be battling amongst the top 10. Ethan Martin there in 8th. So you can see the drivers using the curbs to throw them around. And now we'll have to take into consideration as well the engine temperatures, and they'll be managing to make sure the engines stay as cool as possible. You need these Rotax engines to be at the optimum temperature, which is around 50 to 55 degrees Celsius, to ensure you have the maximum performance out of the engine. Now we're on to the final lap, and I don't think Ginchard has got enough speed to catch up to Charlie Webb. So unless Charlie Webb makes any silly mistakes, I think he's got this one covered. There's a warning flag going out. That's for Leon Gallio, who is near the back of the pack, but has obviously came to toe with another driver. And well, what a race it's been for Charlie Webb. He's going to come through the last couple of corners now. He'll slam hard on the brakes into the last corner. And well, what a race it's been for Charlie Webb, and a good drive from Dan Ginchard as well, up 14 places. What a win from Charlie Webb. He takes it, and he'll be looking set to start near the front when it comes to the final. Dan Ginchard is there in second. Now Ginchard will be most likely on the front row when it comes to the final starting position. Harry Bloor joined them in third, and George Hart rounds out a precision 1, 2, 3, 4. Tom Pryor finished in 5th from Deacon Russell in 6th, from Luke Bate, Ethan Martin, George Allen and Joshua Turnbull, from Jack Spencer, who finished up in 11th. A good recovery for Spencer. Unfortunate to see him get taken out near the start of the race. Now Adam White finished in 12th from James Tester in 13th. It was Victor Finlater, otherwise known as Hawkey, from 14th. Don't know how he got the name Hawkey, but hey-oh. Felix Stolkin rounds out your top 15 from Rolton. Zach Chapman Lewis, Finley Jones, Leonard Gallio, Michael Morgan rounds out your top 20, and there's Bryce Madison just coming in. He finished in 23rd. He was the last of our runners, as there was another DNS for Abby White and a DNF for Paulo Nunes Aranda. So a brilliant way to end Senior Rotax Heat 2. And there are the final results on your screens. Soon enough, we'll be getting ready to go for the last heat race of the weekend and of the championship. It'll be the Rotax 177 Heat 2s are going out now. So the 177s are out on track at the moment, doing their formation lap, and it's going to be Nathan Chafer who will start from the pole spot. Simon Hilton in second from Simon Pugh and Duke Denner. Going to be Tyler Cox from George Willis and Alex Jones and Alfie Bray, our championship leader, who rounds out the fourth row. We're going to move on to Dan Wright and Stavros Asfanopoulos, who rounds out the row 5 from Adam Clark, Daniel Walker, Colin Walker, Geoff Cox, Scott Smith, Scott Clee, rounds out row 8 from Matt Wardle, Joshua Gollan, Elliot Kennedy, Will Milner and Sam Yaxley, who rounds out the 11th row of our 21 drivers. Now let's see what Nathan Chafer can do. We saw him drive through the field in the first race, and if he gets a clean start here, we'll be soon enough to see him maybe try and jump away from the rest of the pack. Now let's see what happens as we go into turn 1. Will Chafer move to the outside? We'll have to wait and see. He'll go late on the brakes, and he just about gets the car stop. And oh no, it's Simon Hilton, who is second in the championship, gets spun around at the first corner, and that is very unfortunate for Hilton. And a couple of drivers getting up against the spray, and one driver going around. I couldn't see who that was, but it's Nathan Chafer on your screens who still holds on to the lead. And I think that's George Willis in second as well. So if Willis wants any chance of a win here, he needs to have a look at Chafer now and look for a move on him. It'll be a hard decision to make, and it will need to be down to Chafer making a mistake. Now, he made a mistake there. He looked very slow coming out that final corner. This will need to be the opportunity for Willis to look at a move. Now, there's Alfie Bray on your screens, the number 43, that haircut, who's in 5th. He's having a good battle with Simon Pugh. And that's the battle for the top 5. Now, Willis is really closed in now on Chafer. Let's see what Willis can do. We know Chafer's got pace to pull away from the rest of the pack, but we also know Willis is a very quick driver. Now, it's a bit squirmy coming out of the Dan Weldon complex. You can see Chafer is really solid on that rear axle. He knows exactly where to place that car. And Willis gives him the nudge going into the final corner. We'll have a look, but it wasn't enough. Now, what will Chafer think of that as they come down into turn 1? Chafer would just be focusing on himself, be focusing on trying to pull and extend the gap to the driver in second. But will Willis have any more ideas about taking this win from him? We'll have to wait and see, but Nathan Chafer is looking good so far as they come round back into the Darwin complex once again. You can see all the mist from the exhaust, and that's just all the water that's being kicked up and landing on the exhaust and the engine. That will help keep the temperature cool. And it's just a move from Willis on the inside of Chafer. He gets the move done, but they'll go side by side down into turn 1. Willis has the inside line to cover. Chafer's got the better speed, and he holds on to it into turn 1. Now, if Willis needs to look at a move, he can't do it on the last corner. He needs to learn that every time he makes that inside move, it's just not enough to hold it down the straight. What a race these two drivers are putting together. And if they're not careful, Tyler Cox will be in this as well. So they'll come round into the Dan Weldon complex once again. We know George Willis is quick through here. He'll carry the extra speed through. And will Chafer have a look here? He'll try to cover off from Willis. And he does a good job, but he runs a bit wide. And this is the move from Willis to go round the outside on the final corner. He'll have a look. He gets the speed. He got some momentum. And to be ever so close as they come down the start finish straight. And he's done it. What a move from Willis. But they're going to go side by side down into turn 1. It's going to be Willis on the curve, Nathan Chafer. And it's a yellow flag as well. So what will what will the stewards say about that? There's a yellow flag going into turn 1. And well, let's not focus on that at the moment because Tyler Cox is closing in on this battle as well. But this is a superb battle between Willis and Chafer. Now Chafer knows where Willis will be quicker than him, and he'll try to cover off where needed to. Now, Willis needs to put Chafer off guard. He needs to find a place where Chafer won't be expecting him. Could this be now? He gives him the tap, and he's going to nudge him wide. Willis and Chafer side by side, and now watch out for Tyler Cox. Will Tyler play the teammate game? He'll see his teammate is a lot quicker than Chafer. Will he sit there and wait for Willis to make the move and then follow in with him? Let's see what happens. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. And what a race this is turning out to be. The battle between Willis and Chafer up at the front. And it's actually Will Milner who, up 11 places, sets the fastest lap of the race at 53.3. He's lapping half a second faster than the cars in first and second. But if he was to see the battles that is going on, now Chafer runs a bit wide once again. Will Willis think that this is another opportunity? He'll go late on the brakes, but he needs to carry the speed, momentum, and is that Tyler Cox into second? I think it is. Well, Tyler Cox, the two teammates, Cox and Willis, this is not the game they wanted to play. This is not the plan. Now, Cox needs to show Willis he is quick enough to catch up to Chafer. Otherwise, this is a win-loss for the teammates. Now, what will Willis be thinking here? Will he think, right, I need to get back past you. I know I'm quicker than you. I've got a race to chase. Chafer is going to take full advantage of this. He's going to try and extend that gap as much as possible. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Now, Chafer, he's got a half a second lead so far, which in karting is a pretty good distance to have. There's 50 seconds left, plus that additional lap. So we'll have 2 laps left. And well, this is going to be an exciting way to round out our heats here for the HKRC Club Championship. Our last heat race of the year. And Chafer is still holding on. But George Willis, he set the fastest purple sector on that last lap. Tyler Cox is still there in second, but it's Scott Klee who has the fastest lap of the race. 53.2. Now, let's see what happens here. Chafer has still got a pretty solid gap, and I think it's going to be enough of a gap as they head into the final lap. But Tyler Cox, if he wants a chance of winning this heat, he's going to have to pull something out. As Willis goes really late on the brakes. Now, what will Willis think? Will he think, right, I've got to get past you now, I've got to chase after this guy. I know I'm quicker than him. He'll go to the outside, Will Willis. And, I don't think it was enough speed compared to Cox to try and hold it around the outside. But I think this is how this race will finish unless Chafer makes any silly mistakes. So they're going to the chicane. Willis to the inside of Cox. Well, we've got half a lap left. Will Willis pull something out of the bag to try and secure this win? Now, Chafer was really slow going through the down Weldon corner. He'll go into Kestrel and he's going to carry a lot more speed. Will this be a last lap lunge on the last corner? He has a look. They're going to be side by side as they come round the final corner. It's going to be Nathan Chafer who takes the win in Rotax 177 for Heat 2. What a win from George Willis. Tyler Cox finished in third and Stavros into fourth from the top 5. Rounded out by Alfie Bray. Dan Wright was in sixth from Alex Jones and Will Milner. Matt Vauldwell from Geoff Cox. And Scott Klee, who finished 11th. Wow, what a battle Chafer and Willis just had. And I hope we see more of that when it comes to the final. What a drive from Chafer and Willis. And to all of the 177 drivers for keeping going. Now, unfortunate for Simon Hilton, who had the problem on the first lap. Now, he was starting second and now has finished all the way near the back. That's unfortunate for Hilton. He finishes in 19th. Wow. What a race between Chafer and Willis. That shows why 177 provides some of the best racing possible. But now, the heats are completed. The finals are set to come about. And it's time to crown some champions. Welcome to the final round of the HKRC Club Championship. Let's get this first final started. It's going to be the cadet groups. It's going to be the Micromax, Honda 200s and Water Swift Restricted. Let's have a look at our championship battles in Micromax. It looks pretty set for Finley Beals to win the championship. And in Honda 200s, it looks set for Theo Hamilton. Now, it's going to be close between Theo Hamilton and Elliot Bork. Theo has not had the pace, the results that he needed. And let's have a little calculation for the Hondas. Now, we'll try and calculate the results throughout the race. Here's the final lineup. Jalen Prakash will start from pole from Riley Breakmore and Noah Clark. Shadon Streakerton will be in fourth from Elliot Bork and Jack White. From Jack Fulbakama and Jerry Duffsey. From Della Rowland, Jack Scott, Eddie Duncan, George Wilden, Reddy Duffsey. From Theo Hamilton, Sawyer Henderson and George Pickett in 16th. George Quillen and Harry Grant from Edward Munns and Harry Parker Ray from Ollie Knox and Nathan Baker. Uzunov will start from pole in the Micromaxes from Munster. Finley Beals, Joseph Cox, Denny Murphy, Ollie Brunt from Travis Giddens, Komatsu from Martin from Batch. And as we come round, will we get racing first time of asking? And yes we do, down into turn one. Here we go, the final of the Kimbolton Club Championship. You won't be able to see the Hondas just as yet on your screens. But from my commentary box, it looks like the two ambition carts are in 1 and 2 as the Micromaxes start going. But Elliot Bork is there in 4th. Now he needs to finish as high up as possible if he wants to win this championship. The top two so far, Riley Blakemore and Jayan Prakash, as they come through the Dan Weldon corner. And it's going to be Noah Clark there in 3rd. Now I'm going to try and get the results up and do some calculations to work out what Elliot Bork needs to do to win this championship. Jack Fulbakama goes to the inside of Elliot Bork. That will lose him a position. There's Theo Hamilton on your screens. He's near the back of the pack. He needs to work now. He needs to get the power down and he needs to make some moves. He'll be looking for a move on 11th. And comparing the points from 11th to 4th is going to be very, very close. However, we need to look at the past results. As they come into the Dan Weldon complex. Now the Micromaxes, as we said, the championship has been sealed by Finley Beals, but the Honda 200s is still on. And as they come down into the final corner, we need to watch more of this race because Prakash is looking really strong at the front compared to Blakemore. Now Elliot Bork is having a look on move. Oh, driver spinning off there. Problems for one of the drivers in the Ambition squad. That was Duffsey, who was spinning off. Now, we need to watch out for Bork here. He's battling for 4th place. And he'll look to the inside for 3rd, actually. So, Bork is looking very good points-wise. Now, in the intermediate classifications, Elliot Bork has scored 58 points compared to Theo Hamilton, who scored 44. So, with a 14-point deficit, I think that Theo Hamilton has just held on to this championship by the skin of his teeth. will have to call it at the end, because we've still got 36 points up for grabs. But for my workings out, I think Theo Hamilton's got this, as they come down once again into Derek's corner. We'll focus more on the racing now. We've seen the championship standings. There is Prakash, who is still leading the way. On that last lap, he set a 57.37, which was slower than Blakemore. So Blakemore may have the opportunity here for a final win in the final round of the Club Championship. Now, we do hope most of these drivers come back in 2025, as there is a back marker they'll be coming up against in a short amount of time. But it's still Prakash and Blakemore, with Elliot Bork, who's just set the fastest lap, in third. Now, this is going to be an exciting battle. The two ambition carts gets past the back marker very well, so well done to that slower driver for getting out of the way. Now, the battle's really shaking on here at the front, and Prakash runs wide and is actually off the circuit. Prakash, who was leading the way, is now off, and he's into fourth. Oh, Prakash. And that just shows one mistake cost you wisely. He ran wide coming out the Weldon complex. He's throwing hands to himself. He's saying, why did I do that? Why? And this has led Riley Blakemore straight into the leaderless race. Elliot Bork is there in second, and Jack White is into third. Now Prakash, he'll be wanting to recover from his lost ground, and here he is on Elliot Bork. Now, will this be Redemption Sunday for Prakash, as they kick up the spray going into the Weldon complex? Elliot Bork is running wide and kicking up all the water, and that's the same mistake for Jack White. What is happening here in this Honda Cadet final? Jack White's doing the same thing that that Prakash did on the lap before. And there must be a massive puddle running out of that exit curve, because the second the drivers hit it, they run straight off into the grass. And that's completely out of their control. They just become a passenger in that moment. Wow. What is happening in this Honda Cadet final? What a way to start off the finals for the final round of the championship. Now, down in the Micromaxes, it's still Uznov that leads the way, with Beals, who just dropped a third on that last lap. But that will be enough for Beals. He'll be happy with a third place, and that will be his championship sorted. Now, they're on the penultimate lap. They're coming into the final lap now. What a year it's been for Honda 200. There's been so much action throughout the field, and we're seeing the best at the best. It's all the drivers who have been up at the front this year, all at the front. Blakemore, who leads the way from Elliot Bork in second, and Prakash back on the podium. Good job by Prakash, who got past Jack White on that last lap. As they come down Derek's corner for the final time. Oh, big hit into the puddles. And who was that? That might have been Noah Clark, who was sent spinning after hitting the puddles. But round down Weldon corner for the final time. Riley Blakemore, who he runs wide. Oh, he's stuck on the grass. What has been the opportunity for Elliot Bork, the driver who is second in the championship, and he's every point possible if he wants to win the championship. It won't be enough. And, well, Riley Blakemore is one very lucky man as he comes round the final corner. Will take the win in Honda 200. What a drive from Blakemore. He nearly lost on that last lap. So, wow, what a race from Elliot Bork in second. He'll be sad he came second in the championship, And that's all because Theo Hamilton will cross the line in 13th position to call himself the Honda 200 Kim Bolton champion. Well done to Theo Hamilton, who for the first time this year will be calling our HKRC Club champion. What a drive from Theo Hamilton all year. And all he needs to do in that final was just conserve and breathe. Wow. That was perfect from the cadet groups, and we need to congratulate Finley Beals as he crosses the line to become the Micromax HKRC Club champion. Well done to you, Finley Beals. What a drive from Finley Beals to wrap up the championship. Riley Blakemore wins in Honda 200 from Elliot Bork in second. He'll be annoyed he got second in the championship, but a second is a good way to finish. But there on your screens, what a drive from all these Honda Cadet drivers. Wow, that was only the first final. We've still got 6 to go. And 2 champions have already been crowned in the most spectacular way possible. That Honda race was absolutely on the edge. The next race coming up, however, the Minimax Inters. Now, let's take a quick look at the results as the battle in the championship still lives on. It's Sebastian Clark that starts from pole, from Sale in second, Max Wheatley in third, from Lord and Barton, from Gioni and Townsend in 7th, from Herbertson and Esme Rose, from Toby Wortley and Teddy Higgs, from Komatsu and Fisher, from Baker to Fordkey, from Baker to Gibson, who will start pole in the Water Swifts, from Brooke, Williams, Measures, Sayer, Musk and Forge. Now let's have a look at the results in the Water Swift. Max Wheatley, who is leading the championship, he scored 63 points. Comparing that to Jensen Sale, who scored 66 points. Well, the only way we're going to find out is after this final, but from what I can understand, Jensen Sale will need to finish in front of Wheatley and finish a few places in front. Let's see if we can get the racing going first time. Sebastian Clark is one to watch out for, but I don't think he'll be in the chances. It'll be mostly against Sale and Wheatley as the lights go out and we're off and racing down into turn 1. Now Clark's getting a good launch and Wheatley is into second. Now let's see where Sale comes as they go round the Willow section, and Wheatley is there in second. Jensen Sale is in third. Well, it's going to be a case of who finishes in front of the other as they come round the Dan Weldon complex for the first time. The Miami Waterswifts have gotten going, and it's a Fusion Motorsport lookout 1, 2, 3, 4. But back to the Minimaxes, and it's still Sebastian Clark that leads the way. Now Max Wheatley is in second, with Jensen Sale in third as they come round to finish the first lap. Jensen Sale needs to close in this gap. He set the purple sector 1. But as they come through the Willow section and down to Derek's corner once again, it's Sebastian Clark, who has been at the front all weekend long and is unfortunately not in the championship fight. He's there in 4th, but it won't be enough. The points he's gained from this weekend won't be enough to match what Wheatley and Sale could do. Now, Hayden Fisher there on your screens, he's in 3rd, but yet again, he won't be in the championship battle. He'll sit there in 3rd and will rack up 3rd in the championship. Now, We come across the line once again. Max Wheatley, he's got their head down. He knows the game plan. He needs to get away from Jensen Sale as quick as possible as they come round the Willow section once again, and it's still Wheatley in second, Sale in third. Now, Wheatley, who started behind Sale on that first lap, managed to get past him and is already extending a bit of a gap. Sebastian Clark has got a big gap already. He's already got a second gap. So Sebastian Clark, who, just like most of the other rounds this year, he just gets to the front and he just pulls away. Perfect driving from Clark has been all year, as well as Wheatley and Sale, we have to say. Now here is the battle on your screen, said. That's the battle for second place. That could be the battle for the championship. What we need to see is Jensen Sale move into second place and try and take the lead, because he needs every single point possible, because at the moment Max Wheatley will win the championship if he stays where he is. So this will just be the matter of don't make any mistakes, conserve yourself and breathe. Wheatley runs wide. He uses the curb, but he won't touch the puddle, my apologies, as all the other drivers come flying through. There's Komatsu on your screens in the Pro Train car. But as they come down the start-finish line once again, it's still Sebastian Clark that leads the way. Wheatley is slowly being closed in now from Sale, and you can see the sparkle in Wheatley's eyes. You have never seen a man so focused in a race in so much time, and this is the one race he needs to be focused. All those final wins, all those heat wins, comes down to this. Jensen Sale, will he become a two-time mini-match champion, or will it be Max Wheatley for the first time? As a minute and a half is left on the clock, plus that additional lap. There's one of the back markers on your screens, but they'll come through the start-finish line once again, and Clark is putting in the laps. He set a purple fastest lap that time around, and he'll be closing in on Thomas Baker, who will be lapped soon. Now I wonder if this will play into the hands of Sale. He really needs this back marker to slow down Wheatley if he wants any chance of battling with the driver who's sitting in second, the driver who won the K-Plate earlier this year. And let's see what happens as they come round the Weldon Complex. Now Sale didn't gain much time there from Wheatley, but Wheatley had a little look behind to say, okay, I know you're there, I know what I have to do, and he's going to keep working at it, just keep chipping at it. And they'll come down the start-finish line once again. We're on to the 6th lap of this race, and you can see Max Wheatley, he's never been so concentrated in his career around this Kim Bolton circuit. He has one job to do, and that's to keep this driver behind him, staying behind him. Oh, Sale had a little look into Derek's corner. This is the penultimate lap of the race, so we've got just one more lap to go, and Sale, he's going to look to go around the outside of Max Wheatley. He couldn't do it, but it's going to be the biggest battle of the year for these two, and Sale's done it. Sale to the outside of Max Wheatley. You cannot write this. You could send this script to Hollywood and they would throw it in the bin and say rubbish. This is outrageous scenes at Kim Bolton in Minimax, and it's going to be Jensen Sale in second place. Now, looking at the points, will this be enough for the championship? I don't think so. I think Max Wheatley's done it. I think Max Wheatley, by the skin of his teeth, has held on to this championship. The Water Swift Restricted is going on with Austin Gibson still leading the way. Jarlath Sayer into second and Williams in third. But here comes Sebastian Clark in a land of his own, and they're going into a yellow flag sector. Wheatley can't overtake him. It's a yellow flag sector, that'll be it. As round the final corner comes Sebastian Clark, and he will take the win in Minimax Inter. But Max Wheatley, who finishes in third, will win the Minimax Inter Club Championship. Shows the sportsmanship to Jensen Sale. What a race against two champions. What more could be said about Sale and Wheatley? Max Wheatley, you are the Minimax HKRC Club Champion. Congratulations. Oh, the battle's coming through in the Water Swift. That's Harley Musk rubbing with Harry Williams as they came down the start-finish line. And the win, we have to say well done to Austin Gibson, who took the win from Harry Williams and Harley Musk. Wow. That may have been the most stressful time of Wheatley's Kimbolton career. You could see the tension in his eyes. I don't think a driver that didn't want a race to finish so quickly. Here is the final results. Sebastian Clark will take the win from Sale in second, and Wheatley in third. What a way to round out what's been a brilliant campaign for the Minimax Interclass. That's the final time we'll see the cadet groups out at Kimbolton for 2024. It's now time to get into our X30 action. The first one coming up is Junior X30. So, Finley Lines will start from pole position with George Edgar alongside Rocco Shenton in third from Matt Schull, Ralphie Branscombe from Alex Wiley, from Evan Purcell and Finley Allen, Aaron Richardson and Archie Owen from Simani Kira and Dylan Patel, Henry Ryan and Max Cooper from Ernie Copley, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Griffin Meckelberg and John Seward rounds out your grid. So championship wise, Jack Owen Drawbridge, all he needs to do is finish this race, and he will be the Junior X30 HKRC Club Champion. As they come round on their formation lap, I can see Stuart Lyons. He's watching very attentively at his son, getting ready to start off this final. Finley Lyons, we saw him last month here. We knew he had the pace to be at the front, but he's got to watch out. He's got George Edgar in second and Rocco Shenton in third. Rocco Shenton has been a very quick driver all weekend, maybe the fastest driver here in June X30. Let's see if we can go racing for the first time. The lights go out and away we go. The spray will have missed. Finley Lyons gets pushed on the concrete. He'll go to the outside. Now George Edgar will go full understeer mode into turn one. Now will Edgar hold it? As they come round the Willow section, I think he's just about held it, but he's got his teammate of Max Schull right behind. And what will the game plan be? Will his teammates work together to pull away from Rocco Shenton? Let's have a watch. Let's see what happens. Watch out for Alex Wiley as well. He's into fourth as they come into the Dan Weldon complex. Rocco Shenton is going to have a look on Max Schull. They'll go pod to pod, and he pushes Max Wall. You're wide. Oh, Max Schull will be tumbling down the grid now. That is so unfortunate for the driver who started from fourth. Finley Lyons is on a redemption after an awful start. As they come down the start-finish straight into turn 1, George Edgar leads the way from Rocco Shenton in second. Alex Wiley using the curb there in third. From Finley Lyons in fourth. And it's Aaron Richardson who gets into fifth, with Rocco Shenton receiving a warning flag already. So Rocco Shenton on that first lap, he's got to be a bit careful himself. He's been given the warning flag, and that could soon issue into a penalty. And there's a driver who cut the chicane there. Now, that was that Max Yule cutting the chicane there. And I wonder if had problems there. Now, they'll be coming down into the final corner, the Kim Bolton corner. And Archie Owen there on your screens. He's having a look on Aaron Richardson. He couldn't get it done in that corner. There's Finley Lyons as well. Finley Lyons, who started from pole. He needs a good result here to finish off his 2024 campaign. They'll go wide into turn 1. And Finley Lyons, he gets overtaken there by one of the Fusion Motorsport drivers. That may have been Evan Purcell, who got on the inside. Now Archie Owen late on the brakes. He's trying to find a way past Aaron Richardson, but it's just not working at the moment. At the front, it's still George Edgar that leads the way. Alex Wiley in third. Now, what will Rocco Shenton do here? He hasn't had the best of starts. He's in second at the moment, but the pace just isn't there at the moment. What is happening to Rocco Shenton? The man who set the fastest lap in both races is now seen himself lose a lot of pace. And as they come round turn 1 and into the Willow section once again, they've got under 3 minutes left plus that additional lap. And a couple of drivers being issued the warning flags. That's the car 16 and 86. So that'll be Rocco Shenton once again under investigation. So what did Rocco Shenton do at the start of this race that puts himself in a position where he could be receiving a penalty? As there's a driver going off wide there. That's another one. That's the one of the Fusion Motorsport cars. And I wonder if that would have been Smarty Kira who had some problems on that lap. Now, the number 16 of M. Purcell has also been given a under investigation flag, so that's a warning flag once again. Now then, what has happened to receive Rocco with this warning flag? Now, we couldn't really see much what happened at the start. There was so much spray about. Well, let's get back to the racing, shall we? It's still Rocco Shenton in second, but I did say once about the pace. Rocco Shenton has closed in a lot on that last lap. This is going to be exciting now. We've got a minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. We know Rocco Shenton likes to make moves, and we know he likes to make them late and quick. Let's see what happens. Into the fourth lap then. Down into turn 1. The fifth lap, my apologies. Fastest lap of the race, Rocco Shenton, a 54.05 on that last lap. Comparing that to a 54.2 that George Edgar's doing, it may not sound like much, but one mistake could catch Edgar out and give the perfect opportunity for Shenton to maybe look at a move for the lead. They'll come through once again. The Dan Weldon corner into the second to last corner. Now, Rocco Shenton to the inside. What a move. Cashed out Edgar so far. Now, what else do we say about that move? That was incredible. Not just catching out George Edgar, but the commentators as well. Now, Rocco, be careful about what you're doing, mate. He saw that Edgar was going to go to the outside, and well, he sort of watched Edgar on the braking zone and watched him move over. He just put his cart there and said, well, you're not going to turn on yet because I'm sitting there and I don't want to move my car at all. Now Rocco Shenton leads the way. The clock strikes 0. And the final lap is now soon to be upon us. George Edgar, what could he do? Does he have the pace to count back? I don't think so. Now, Rocco Shenton, we do have to say these are provisional results. Rocco Shenton under investigation for an incident at the start of the race. As they head on to the final lap, Rocco hard on the brakes into turn 1. He'll throw the kart in. And he'll hop over the curbs at the Willow section, turns 2 and 3. We'll get the rear spinning over the white curb as he comes down into Derek's corner. Use the curb on the left, then jump over to the right and use the curb on the right. Keep the car over to try and go flat out through this corner into Dan Weldon. You want to go hard into the corner, run wide and cut back to give yourself the best opportunity down the straight. As we come down into the final corner, Rocco Shenton on his return back to Kim Bolton. He'll come round the final corner and wins in Junior X30. What a win from Rocco Shenton. Slide on the brakes into the Parc Ferme area. George Edgar, well, what could be said about Edgar? He finishes second. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately, to match Shenton. Shenton holds the fastest lap as well. Alex Wiley in third. But who are we waiting for? We're waiting for Jack Owen Drawbridge. Now, where is Jack? Here he comes. A Junior X30 HKRC Club Champion goes to Jack Owen Drawbridge. What a drive from Drawbridge. Well, he doesn't look happy with his race result, but he'll be happy about his championship result. Well done to Jack Owen Drawbridge and Rocco Shenton, who wins the final club round here at Kim Bolton in Junior X30. What a race that was. There's your final results on your screens. That was a redemption battle. That wrote to Rocco Shenton that, you know, you can't give up till the very, very end. And wow, what a way to end Junior X30 in 2024. We're going to take it to their senior category, and soon enough we'll be going out with Senior X30. Now, as the drivers head on to the circuit, let's have a look at the grid. It's going to be Kean Geraghty, who starts from pole from last in second, with Morgan Hill and Alfie O'Brien in fourth. Keith Ashman and Tristan Powell from Sam Lewis and Morgan Moore. From Monty Breathwaite and Peter Jurovic, from Harry Maynard and Jensen Pugh, from Ty Stanfields, Sam Branston from George Mayle and Josh Jones. It's going to be Lewis Bird from Ryan Etchberg, Thomas Hodge, Jasmine Taylor to Harvey Roth, Matthew Morgan, Alfie Chu from Lucas Armstrong. And it's going to be Henry Ronan's Hart from Luca Mann to Oliver Harris, Natalie DeBeck, Baruch Robayak from Christopher Fox, Carlin, Aris Barrett and Zach Wellen from Harrison Morrow and Jack Dan. That will round out the grid. Now, let's have a quick look at the championship results if we have any time. It's Morgan Hill and Tristan Powell who are battling against each other for the championship as they go down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. The spray arises and Keaton Geraghty into turn 1. There's Morgan Hill on your screens. He is first in the championship and he needs to beat Tristan Powell to hold on to this championship. They'll come through the auto spinner there for Peter Jurovic. He spins at the third corner, but Keaton Geraghty holds on to the lead as they go through Derek's corner. And they'll fly through into the Weldon complex. And Keaton Geraghty all over the curbs there. Morgan Hill stays in second, with Aaron Lask in third. Tristan Powell in fourth. Let's have a look at the points they've scored so far in Senior X30. Morgan Hill on 62 points compared to Tristan Powell, who has scored 54 points. So at the moment, all Morgan Hill needs to do is stay in front of Tristan Powell, and he can afford to let Tristan Powell through, but he needs to stay in the top 3 if he wants a real chance of holding this championship lead. Josh Jones will settle his place in 3rd in the championship because Jack Dan has had loads of problems in this race. So the main battle now, as Sam Lewis is going very slowly around the circuit, but the main battle is between Morgan Hill and Tristan Powell. Well, Morgan Hill, what a year it's been for Morgan Hill. His final ever karting race. And when I saw him yesterday, he asked me if I was excited to commentate on his final ever race. And Morgan Hill is just one of them drivers that he can just surprise you out of nowhere when you least expect it. Keaton Geraghty, however, he's on an absolute charge at the moment. He's pulled away from Morgan Hill in 2nd, but that won't really matter for Hill. Hill is more focused on keeping Tristan Powell behind. And even if Powell gets in front, shall we say, of Morgan Hill, Morgan cannot afford to lose many places. Now, King Geraghty still holds the lead of the race. Oh, move for Morgan Moore. That was on Aaron Lask. Now, they come now on the start-finish straight, and I think Moore may hold on to this one. He'll go late on the brakes into turn 1. And oh, a bit of a nudge from behind, but I think that's enough for Moore to hold on. Now, Geraghty is pulling away quite substantially from Morgan Hill. So what is Morgan Hill thinking at this point? Is he just saying to himself that there's no real point in fighting for the lead? He just needs to conserve himself and hold on to the 2nd place. It'll be a good way to finish out the year from Hill, and it'll be a good way to seal off his championship. Now here comes Lewis Bird to the inside of Morgan Moore. That's the battle for 4th, and Sarah Lask drops down to 6th. Now you see Morgan Hill loose on the rear going down to turn 1. It'll be a sad end to Morgan Hill, as it being his last ever race in karting. He's been taken on to go to the RAF, and that'll be an exciting adventure for him. But unfortunately we'll have to leave his karting behind. He has a really big history in his cadet racing to junior X30 racing and a senior X30 racing. You would have seen him a lot here at the Kimbolton circuit. He's been racing here ever since he started karting back in 2018. And throughout the years has seen himself win club races here in Honda, club races in Junior X30 and Senior X30. And what a privilege to commentate on the last of a race he'll ever compete. He might do a one-off in years to come, but it'll be a shame to say goodbye to a very talented driver, it has to be said. A driver who has a lot of potential, and who was oh my word, what a move from Lewis Bird on the inside of Tristan Powell. Now Powell will get on the cutback and we'll say see you later as they go back into turn 1. Now Lewis Bird, he'll be late on the brakes, but going back to Morgan Hill, it'll be sad to see him go, as he was a well privileged driver across the paddock. He never had no one really hate him. He was always a driver to be loved. But anyway, let's get rid of the sob story and let's get on to the final lap of this Senior X30 race. Keane Geraghty has drove perfectly and is now going to see himself with a 4.4 second lead. A remarkable drive from Geraghty ever since going on his own as a privateer. Oh, this is a strong battle for third. Oh, Lewis Bird, how on earth did he find a spot to go through there? Where he was all over the back of Tristan Powell going through. And we need to keep an eye on this battle. This is a very strong battle between Bird and Tristan Powell. This was the last spot on the podium. And you know what, Lewis Bird, that has to be the overtake of the day. I've never seen an overtake just like that before. Wow. Keane Geraghty, as he comes round the final corner. What a year it's been for Team Geraghty, and what a way to round it out. Wins here in Senior X30 in a perfect fashion. There's a battle for third. Now, what has happened to Lewis Bird? Morgan Hill is your Senior X30 HKRC Club Champion. But what has happened to Lewis Bird on that final lap? Was there contact between Bird and Powell that has seen Powell hold on to his podium spot more into fourth, Lask into fifth, and Jurevich in sixth, who had a really good recovery drive after spinning out on the first lap. Lewis Bird, though, he finishes seventh. But what happened on that final lap? But as the rest of the drivers come through, we do have to say, congratulations, Morgan Hill, on an awesome karting career. And to round it off as the 2024 HKRC Senior X30 Club Champion. Congratulations, Morgan Hill, and well done on your career. Here are your final results then in Senior X30s. That will be the end of our X30 action, and it's been great to see the X30 grids back up near the end of this year. Now it's time for TKM Extreme as they head out onto circuit, and this is going to be an exciting one for the championship. Let's have a little look at the grid before we go into the championships. It's going to be Adam Sparrow who starts from pole, with Oliver Bowen alongside him. Spencer Lane in third from Cornell, Leaf and Bloom. Bennett and Robinson will round out your row 4 as a problem for Fitchell actually. Struggled to get going there. Bryan and Shaw will start from row 5, and Fitchell and Porter rounds out your row 6. Now, let's have a quick look at the championship results. Now, in TKM Extreme, it's Leo Robinson who still leads it. He's going to be in front of Spencer Lane and Kean Bennett. But I think that the points that Robinson has secured across the matter of heats will see him most likely with the chance to win the championship. But we need to watch out for Lane and Bennett as well. As do we get going first time? Yes, we do. Down to turn 1. Let's see what Adam Sparrow can do. He hasn't got a championship to play for. There goes Spencer Lane to the inside. Will this be the move that gets Spencer Lane into first? It isn't. Sparrow goes round the outside. What a move from Sparrow. And I think that's put Oliver Bowen into second. And Lane drops down to third. So they'll come through Derek's corner for the first time. And I think that Leo Robinson has got this covered. We'll have to look at the results from the past heat races, where it hasn't gone the way of Leo Robinson, but the points he's still managed to secure is enough to stay in front of Lane. So all Leo Robinson needs to do is catch up to Lane and overtake Lane, who lead the championship as it is, but if he can get past Lane, that will secure it. Obviously, these are the provisional championship standings. We do have to take into account the drop round scores. But so far, Adam Sparrow has been on a mission today. He won the second heat race, and he's enjoyed his day back out in a kart. Not the best conditions to drive a kart in, but it's been brilliant to see him back out. That's Leo Robertson there on your screens. He is the man who is most likely to win the championship. All he needs to do is either hold on to his position or gain. They come down to turn one once again. Spencer Lane there on your screens. Cornell there in fourth. There he is, Leo Robinson. He's in sixth at the moment. He came third in the British Karting Championships this year, but he's been wanting to win the Kimbolton Club Championship for quite a while now. He's had to work really hard across this year. We've had the latter of big grids throughout this field, but all he needs to do is hold on for one last dance. As they come through once again, there's Keane Bennett on your screens. Not having the best of races so far is Bennett. He's sitting on the top 10. And the driver who's third in the championship, he'll hold on to third in the championship, but I think their main battle will go between Lane and Robinson. Now Lane, who secured a good amount of points this weekend, he's tried to perfect this weekend as best as he can, but I don't think he'll be able to match Robinson's performance. And Oliver Bowen's taking the lead of the race. What has happened to Adam Sparrow on that last lap? Oliver Bowen, out of nowhere, is leading the race. What has gone on to Adam Sparrow? And will this be the opportunity for Lane as well? Well, this has threw everything up in the air. This has been a brilliant drive by Bowen, who, although was just sitting there a second, has now found himself in the lead of the race. He breaks into turn one. What will Adam Sparrow think about this? He knows he's made a mistake, and he knows he needs to capitalise on if Bowen now makes a mistake. So they'll come into Derek's corner once again. You can see Adam Sparrow is just that tad bit quicker through the chicane, but he's got 1 minute and 40 seconds plus that additional lap to get it sorted. Now Bowen runs right on the edge of the track. He's using every inch possible. Sparrow is still there in second place, but will this be the move from Sparrow? Oh, he's so late on the brakes. He goes too deep. Oh, into the barriers. Into the barriers going Adam Sparrow. He can't believe it. He can't believe his luck. He went too late on the brakes, and it was too late to stop the kart, and into the barrier he went. He managed to secure it back into fourth, but that's a big loss. Adam Sparrow will be kicking himself at that, and Oliver Bowen is leading the way now. Spencer Lane, where he's got a bit of a gap if he wants to catch to Lane. Now, I still don't think it'll be enough for Lane to overtake Robertson in the championship, but they come down into Cashel Corner once again. 30 seconds left on the clock plus that additional lap. Adam Sparrow, who was the man to beat all day, has now gone and ruined it in the final where it matters most. Well, you can't write it here. TKM Extreme, their final round of the Club Championship. And Oliver Bowen, who we did not think was going to even have a chance of winning this race. He's improved so much throughout this year. The driver who was in the midfield pack throughout most of 2024, and in the last couple of rounds, out of nowhere, has found his hidden pace, and coming down into the last couple of corners, this will be a first final win in TKM Extreme for Oliver Bowen. Now he'll come round to start the last lap of the race. Where is Leo Robinson? He's sitting in 6th. I think that's enough for the championship. I think that's enough. Spencer Lane will be there in 2nd place. But what a race this has been. Adam Sparrow, I don't think I want to see Adam Sparrow in that Parc Ferme area. He'll be kicking himself after what he's gone on. Oh, he's having a look for Cornell. He's having a look on Cornell for the final podium spot, and he hasn't done it. Well, if he falls off the podium, he will damn well be kicking himself. One driver who won't be kicking himself is Oliver Bowen. Oliver Bowen, he started his career off in junior TKM. He came into TKM Extreme, and he's been improving every single time he's been out on circuits. And now, for the first time, he's a final winner. Oliver Bowen wins the TKM Extreme. Look how happy that is. That is someone who is so happy about himself. Oh, what a feeling. Around the final corner. Here comes Leo Robinson, TKM Extreme, HKRC Club Champion, goes to Leo Robinson. What a championship TKM Extreme has had over the 2024 season. Leo Robinson, the man who won races when he was in his prime. Wow. What a race. Oliver Bowen, for the first time ever, is a TKM Extreme final winner. You can't write it here. Adam Sparrow, well, what can you say about Sparrow? He should have won that race, but his own mistakes have cost him wisely. What a way to round out the TKM racing for this year. And now, for one final dance, we'll be going to KZ UK. KZ UK out on circuit. This will be the last race before we get into our Rotax categories. Now, Daniel Sabula has won the championship. Sam Ward will be starting from pole. Jake Weston is 2nd. From McKeown, Phillips, Halang, Palmer, Kilmas and Baker round out your row 4. From Jed DeFren, Ralph Youngling and Aston Baker rounds out your grid of drivers. 11 drivers will take to the final. And who will be on top? If I was to place my bets on anyone, I'd say it'd be Sam Ward who has the best opportunity. They'll go around for their 2 formation laps, and this is all for safety reasons, especially in these wet conditions. They need to make sure that they have the heat in the brakes to get the car stopped, as they're going to be travelling into turn 1 at over 100 miles an hour. Well, Daniel Sabula, who won the championship a round early, and who doesn't need to actually compete this weekend, and he's chosen not to. A smart decision. And this is all to make sure he looks after that lead. And so there is no real championship battles now. It's just a last dash to the flag for KZ UK in 2024, where we've seen massive grids and drivers to congratulate so far in the 2024 season. Drivers like Richard Palmer, who we've seen time and time again up at the front, but just problems throughout the year. But let's get formed up for one final time Sam Ward there on your screens. He'll be starting from pole. Jake Weston alongside. The refs for the rise. And once the marshal is happy, we'll be watching for the lights. McCown and Kilmas. Phillips and Lang. 4 lights upon us. And it's lights out and away we go for finals here at KZ UK. Sam Ward has a brilliant start and will hold it into the first corner. Jake Weston alongside. He will hold his place in second place as they come through. Oh, McCune is into second place. What a start from Dan McCune. And Jake Weston will hold it into third. Now they'll be shown a slippery service flag as they go down into the Dan Weldon corner. Now, Sam Ward will need to pull away now if he wants any sort of chance of getting away from the drivers behind him. Dan McCune, what a start he's had. He's not been in this position all weekend, but when it matters, he's put himself in the right place. And B. Phillips as well. Good start by him. He's into 4th. Now, watch out for Ralph Youngling as well. He's made up 6 places. Oh, Phillips gets put into a spin there. And you could watch that happen for about 5 seconds back. Well, Richard Palmer, he tried to have a look into turn 1. And he just wasn't alongside. And you could easily see that coming. No harsh feelings between the two. It's just what happens when he's not fully alongside. Unfortunate for Phillips as he's having a good weekend. I'm sure he'll work on the rest of the final and use this as a test session to try out a different setup on the car. Now, Sam Ward is leading the way, but watch out for Dan McCune, that 75 car, that Birrell ART car. He's been very quick in this final and he's matching Sam Ward's pace. Not just matching it, but going quicker than Sam Ward. And Sam Ward all over the shop going into Dan Weldon as they head down to Kesher Corner. A clean start by the KZ drivers. But I think now we're just watching to see what McCune can do. Will he have a look to the inside of Sam Ward? He'll need to surprise him because Sam Ward is just going to be driving his same line every lap. He's going to know that if he does that and he keeps putting in the fastest laps of the race, as he's just done on the last lap, it'll be enough for him to hold on to his final win. Now, Sam Ward will be jumping up the gears, dropping down as he goes into Kesher Corner. Now, the physicality of driving one of these karts in the wet is to a whole new level. And you see this is why a lot of the Formula drivers, especially the F1 and the F2 drivers, they use karting as a way just to get back out racing and to use it as an exercise, to use it to get that upper body strength back. As to drive one of these karts, your stamina needs to be on point. As they come round once again in the Dan Weldon complex, you can see the spray that these KZ karts throw up, and this is what makes overtaking very hard in these conditions, because the second you hit that spray, the car will just hit aquaplane mode, and unlike your normal road car, you won't have any stability control or traction control. So to control these karts at lightning speeds is very difficult indeed. Now, Sam Ward is putting in fastest laps as they come down to Dan Weldon once again. A hard braking zone is Weldon. Will slam on the brakes, fly through the corner and power out, slamming up the gears. These karts with a 6-speed gearbox. And they have to learn different characteristics about changing those gears. You have to make sure that they come fully off the throttle before changing gear. More like how you do on a normal road car, but there is no clutch involved. Only for when you are doing race starts. So the drivers fly through once again. Richard Palmer is there in 4th. Now he's having a battle with Youngling. Youngling, who's had a good start to the race and hopefully a good finish to the race as well. He's made up 5 places. He's in 5th. But it won't be enough to close down on the podium position, because I think Jake Weston has sorted that out. He's got a 4-second gap to Richard Palmer, who's in 4th. So now it's still Dan McCune, who's in 2nd, with Sam Ward, who leads the way. 30 seconds left on the clock, plus an additional lap. And Sam Ward has been absolutely on it this weekend. Oh no! Commentator's curse for Sam Ward, and what a save! What a save from Sam Ward! You can't write this. You could not believe what just happened to Sam Ward. He hit a puddle going into the Dan Weldon complex, and did the craziest 360 I've ever seen in KZ karting. We're going on to the last lap now. Dan McCune could win this race, and you can run it on. Sam Ward to the inside. Sam Ward went to the inside. He went in too quick, and it wasn't enough. This gives the perfect opportunity for Richard Palmer, who was sitting in 3rd. He had no think about this race. He think he couldn't win it. He's got the perfect opportunity to do so. Oh, Dan McCune, he hits the patches going into the corner like Sam Ward did a lap ago. But Sam Ward, he threw it all away. You couldn't write this. Dan McCune into the final corner. Well, what a race it's been. Richard Palmer's right behind. They're going to tap bumpers. But Dan McCune wins in KZ UK. What a win from Richard Palmer, from Jake Weston, my apologies, in 2nd. And Sam Ward, he's shaking his head. He knows what he's done was wrong. He went into that Dan Weldon complex, the hard braking zone, and he must have hit one of the puddles, because he saw himself spinning straight off. He's so lucky he could keep it rolling, and he was so lucky Dan McCune didn't go piling into him. He was very close to, but wow, what a way to finish KZ. And that just, it shows KZ UK in 2024. It has been chaos and excitement all the way through. These are your final results. Dan McCune, you couldn't write it, takes the win. Wow, what a race. That's the end to our Gearbox karting for 2024. Junior Rotax is now upon us. Let's get ready to go racing, and this is going to be very exciting. Oh, so now looking at my grid for Junior Rotax, it's the championship battle between Joel Dixon Cohen and Joshua Smith. Joshua Smith has got the upper edge, but he needs to beat Joel Dixon Cohen. Mikey Walker will start from 3rd, with Owen Keelan in 4th. Oliver Liversedge in 5th from Thomas Hill, Zach Starbuck, Teddy Cooper, Stanley Williams from Oliver Meek, George Phillips, Callum Sims, Harry Russell from George Cole, Larry McVie, Oscar Keane, Charlie Fgrave, Logan Lauder, Alexander Gerges, Dominic Parabic from Ryan Rapini, Louis C. Wilden from Blake Southern, Jacko and Drawbridge, Devon Taylor, Logan Hartshaw, Toby Farthing, Dejon Bennett, Colin Large, Riley Mason Lewis, Samir Paul, Jensen Hartshaw, Lokeland Homer. Let's see what happens here. We've got one more final. We've got 2 more finals left, and as we're losing the light, we'll go racing down into turn one. It's Junior Rotax time. The two championship protagonists on the front row of the grid. Oh, Jolton Cohen gets a nudge going into turn one, but I think he's just about held it. Let's see how they line up as they come round the Willow section. All these drivers are doing a brilliant job to hold on, but it's Mikey Walker who leads the way from Joel Dixon Cohen in second. Where is Joshua Smith? He's dropped to fifth. So, oh, Mikey Walker! What a save from Mikey Walker! He hit the puddle patch. He went on a 360. He dropped to second, and he's back in the lead. You can't write this here at Kim Bolton. What a final round we're having here. And the 26 car of Mikey Walker, although doing a 360, has held on to the lead. How on earth has he done that? Joshua Smith is into third from Owen Keenan in fourth. What a race we're having here, and it's only the first lap. We've still got 5 minutes of action left, plus an additional lap. Wowee, as we go down into Derek's corner. Once again, Mikey Walker will hold on to the lead. Joel Dixon Cohen in second. Joshua Smith is in the perfect place to win this championship. All he needs to do is hold on to this position. As the rain is getting heavier around the circuit. But this won't matter to the drivers. Josh Smith has got one option. He needs to beat Joel Dixon Cohen. That's the only eyes he has for this race. And Owen Keenan's going to be a driver who will try to stop him. As they come down once again, Joshua Smith sets the fastest lap. But no one's pulling away from each other. Everyone is so close. As we see battles throughout the field. Charlie Efgrave there having a battle with Alexander Gerges. And there's Jack Owen Drawbridge battling with Parabic. They'll come round Derek's corner once again. And you can see the marshals are absolutely soaked. But I bet you they are enjoying what they're seeing, because this has been a brilliant Junior Rotax race. You can see the extra spray that's now on the circuit as the track gets darker. And we are going to be racing in the dark. And oh, that's going to be very close between Liveridge and Sims. Sim was getting loaded into the final corner by Hill. Now, Joshua Smith is right behind Jonathan Cohen. Good move by Sims. Oh, Thomas Hill around. The driver who was there in seventh is now around, and he's going to be tumbling down the field. Really unfortunate for Thomas Hill. Now Joshua Smith, he's still there. He's still looking at Jolton Cohen. Joshua Smith has never wanted to finish so far in front of Jolton Cohen than ever before till now. He knows the championship is on the line. He can't afford to do anything risky. He can't afford any penalties. No crashing. Let's see what happens. Owen Keenan is getting involved with Joshua Smith. Now, as teammates, Mikey Walker and Joshua Smith, will Walker back Jolton Cohen into Smith? We'll have to wait and see. He's looking behind. He knows Smith is trying to get through. But I think Mikey Walker's just driving his own race. Now, I don't know what the team orders were between the Jack's Motorsport group. But if Mikey Walker wants to lead the way, then that's what he wants to do. Jolton Cohen is still there in second. Now we've got a minute and a half left on the clock, and oh, Josh Smith down the inside of Cohen. This is for the championship. Cohen, oh, Owen Keenan does the two of them. What a move from Owen Keenan. He drops himself into second place, and here we go again. Joshua Smith on the inside of Jolton Cohen. They'll tap bumpers as they come round into the second corner, and Smith has done it. Smith into third, and Jolton Cohen will sit there in 4th now, or is he? Because he looks on the inside of Smith. Jonas and Cohen know there's a championship he needs to fight. They'll go side by side, round the Derek's corner, and Jonas and Cohen just about holds on to it. But it's going to be, oh, they've made contact with each other. They've hit each other. Oh, Jonas and Cohen and Joshua Smith rub bumpers, and I thought they were going to take each other out then. That would have been obscene for the championship. But Joshua Smith now leads the championship and is looking settled to secure it. Wow, what is going on in this final round of the HKRC Club Championship? What is going on in this junior Rotax race? Callum Sims going to look at him late move, but Johnson's coming. He's got him! Oh, that's for the championship. That's for the championship. That secures Joshua Smith the championship win. Oh, you can't write it. As I said before, you'd throw that to Hollywood and they would throw it away. They would say it's rubbish. You couldn't imagine it. Jonas and Cohen, one mistake, and it wasn't his control, and he couldn't control that. But Joshua Smith is set to win this Kid Bolton Championship. It came down to the line, and onto the final lap goes Mikey Walker. What a race it's been. As I'm looking, has Joshua Smith got a warning flag, and is he under investigation? Oh, this is going to be very close. He can't afford a penalty too substantially that he'll drop him down the field. But Mikey Walker, what a race he's had. He got into the lead at the start of the race, and he's just led from there. It's getting darker by the minute, and we'll be racing under the floodlights. And Mikey Walker, who is going to finish what's been an incredible 2024 season, will come round to win the final here in Junior Rotax. Owen Keelan in second, but Joshua Smith, who finishes in third, is the HKRC Junior Rotax Club Champion. You can see how much it means to him. What a finish to 2024 in Junior Rotax. Well, what a way to end this race. Where did Joel Dixon Cohen finish? He finished all the way down. I can't even find all my screens here. Johnson Cohen finished, he finished in 7th, but still, that won't be enough for the championship. That won't be enough, and I think this will be provisional, but I do think Joshua Smith has taken the championship. What a race. No more words to add to that. 2 more finals set to go. There is the final results on your screens. What a finish. So as the floodlights come on, we have 2 finals left. And this is going to be Senior Rotax. So the starting grid will see Charlie Webb and Daniel Ginchard on the front row, from Ethan Martin and Deacon Russell, from Harry Bloor and Tom Pryor, from Luke Bate and Zap Chapman-Lewis, from Turnbull, Hart, Spencer, Allen, White, Stolkin, Rolton and Victor Finlater, from Finley Jones, James Tester, Leonard Gallio, Paula Nuzaranda, from Angelica Kennard, from Bryce Madison, from Calvin Ashford Smith and Michael Morgan and Abby White rounds out your grid of 25 karts. What a year it's been for Senior Rotax in 2024. Lucas Ellingham has already secured the championship. This is now a battle of the fittest. Who can survive? who can survive 6 minutes plus 1 lap around this Kimbolton circuit for the final time. 2 precision karts line up on the front row. Who will become the winner? Let's find out. Will we go racing for the first time? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Ginchard's had a horrible start. He's into third, but down. Oh, big contact. Dan Ginchard into a spin. Deacon Russell off as well. And Joshua Turnbull is off as well. Horrible look for Joshua Turnbull. But you can't write it. Daniel Ginchard will be having to drive from the back of the grid if there was any opportunity of finishing in the front. Oh, who is that going off? Was that Luke Bay who went straight on? And oh, there is drivers off left, right and centre. Oh, contact there. And that is one of the George Whitehouse Racing cars. So who's leading it? Who's leading it as we come round to finish lap 1? It's still Charlie Webb who's in the lead. There is George Allen looking at a move on one of the precision drivers. But there is Daniel Ginchard. He is coming round to finish lap 1. And he's going to be all the way down in 14th. Jack Spencer has a warning flag as well. He's got to watch out. And I wonder if Jack Spencer was a driver who caused all that malarkey. The number 40 as well of George Allen has been given a warning flag. So the 2 Jack That's Racing drivers, oh, driver going off there. That's Jonathan Roughton, who was pushed wide and has been sent spinning over the grass. And oh, another driver going off as well. Is that Dan Ginchard? No, Harry Bloor, my apologies. Dan Ginchard, who's a bit further back. But Harry Bloor, the driver who was sitting in 5th, is out. What is going on in this final round of the HKRC Club Championship? George Allen to the inside. And I think that was on George Hart. Jack Spencer is into 3rd place. What a start from Spencer, who started off in 11th place. You can't write it here, folks. Keep watching, keep listening. And we've got just under 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. What a race this is turning out to be. Oh, we're going to miss Kimbolton karting, are we, in 2024? But we're going to be back in 2025 to even more racing. And these drivers have got to watch out for that wet patch that's down at the Dan Weldon complex. They would have found out where that patch is. But what a race we're having. This is absolutely unbelievable. There's Deacon Russell on your screens. He's behind George Allen. Now at the front, there's Charlie Webb from Ethan Martin and Jack Spencer in 3rd. Now Thomas Pryor is there in 4th with George Hart in 5th. Now George Allen's having a really good race. This has probably been the best final he's had all year. He's sitting there in 6th, and I won't be surprised if he goes for the move for 5th. He goes, oh, he has a look. He'd have been a bit too late if he went for that move, so good thinking by George, who will stay back. Now as they come through to the Dan Weldon complex, he'll see Hart run wide. He'll try and carry the extra speed through. It just won't be enough. As they come down into Kestrel Corner. George Allen knows that this last corner is a good overtaking opportunity. He won't do it, but watch out for Deacon Russell. Well, how late do you want to be on those brakes, buddy? As he comes down, the start-finish straight once again. Watch out for Daniel Ginchard. He's now into 8th, and he's recovering perfectly after that spin on the first lap of the race. Now, to get to 3rd, he has to make up about 4 seconds. Could he do it? Could he see himself on the podium? We'll have to wait and see. He's going to have to buy this time because he's got a bunch of drivers in front of him. He's got Deacon Russell, George Allen and George Hart, and all of these drivers aren't afraid to make moves. And especially when you've got a driver like Dan Ginchard behind, you want to keep him behind as much as possible. Let's see what happens. Russell is going wide, and that leaves the opportunity for Ginchard to go through. Now he'll go let on the brakes and he'll have a look at George Allen, but it won't be enough. As they go down into turn 1 once again, the battle for 5th is still on. with 4 karts in the battle. George Allen is holding on perfectly from Daniel Ginchard, who, although it doesn't look like he's had the best of races because he's dropped 5 places, he had a spin on the first lap trying to, after hitting a wet patch, and that has seen him lose a lot of positions, but he's managed to gain some back. Now the rain looks like it's getting even harder. You can see the track is soaked as they come down into turn 1. There's the number 46 on your screens. That's Angelica Kennard, who's near the back of the field, so she'll be getting the blue flag soon enough. And I wonder when Charlie Webb will catch up to her, because Charlie Webb, he needs to be careful about how he makes his move, because Ethan Martin is right behind, and this is not the best place to be catched up, and Charlie Webb, he will just about find a way through. But I wonder if this gives the opportunity for Ethan Martin, he's going to be blocked going into the second to last corner. And as they go on to the final lap, I think Charlie Webb has enough of a gap to hold on to this. They're going to be 1-2 as they come down the start-finish straight. Ethan Martin has drove brilliantly. Charlie Webb, he's finished second in the championship. He's secured the deal there. It won't be enough to beat Lucas Enningham, who's won the championship, but he would like to finish this year on the high. Charlie Webb, if it wasn't for the unfortunate luck he's had all year, it may have been a different story. He'll come round the Dan Weldon Complex for the final time. And whilst Lucas Enningham, who's sitting this round out to not receive any penalties or disqualifications that could ruin his championship luck, it's going to go the way of Charlie Webb, who comes round the final corner for the final time this year, takes the win in Senior Rotax. Ethan Martin will finish in second. What a drive by Ethan Martin, and Jack Spencer finishes in third. What a year for Spencer, and what a way to round out. And I believe that may be his first final podium in Senior Rotax. So, brilliant job there, as all the drivers come flying through. Where did Ginchard finish in the end? Now, Ginchard, I'm struggling to actually see in my screens here. Ginchard dropped to 14th. What happened to Daniel Ginchard? Don't tell me he was involved in another accident. Or did he go off once again? Well, what a race that Senior Rotax race was. And I can't believe it's coming near to an end. This race has been perfect. Everyone has saved the best till last. But now, to round out 2024 at Kimbolton, we have one more final coming up, as the Senior Rotax results have just been shown on your screens. It's the Rotax 177A final. Let's get this going. So the next race being the 177s, the final race of the year. And it's going to be Nathan Chafer, who starts from pole position. George Willis in second. Watch out for these two. This is going to be a proper battle of the fittest. Stavros Anapoulos will start from third, from Scott Clee, Tyler Cox, Alex Jones and Alfie Bray, who is looking to wrap up the championship in this final. I think he can do it. He'll be joined by Scott Smith, Will Milner from Dan Wright, and Matt Wardle from Joshua Collins, Sam Yaxley from Geoff Cox, and Elliot Kennedy from Colin Walker and Daniel Walker, Simon Pugh and Simon Hilton, and Adam Clark rounds out your grid of drivers. So, it's gotten very dark at the Kimbolton circuit, but that won't stop us from going racing one final time. here at Kimbolton to round out 2024. Let's go racing in 177s as we go down the start-finish straight into turn 1. Nathan Chafer late on the brakes. He'll use the curb to rotate, and that is a brilliant start by Chafer, and he looks like he's got a bit of a gap already from George Willis behind. Now let's see how everyone else fares as they come through. Now I think Stavros may have been put to third. Oh, water kicking up everywhere down that straight into Derek's corner. Now they'll be warned about the puddle once again as they go into the Dan Weldon complex. But George Willis, what a weekend it's been for him so far, but he'll have to battle it out against the best. Nathan Chafer, the driver who's running that number 3 on his kart, third in the British Karting Championships. If there's anyone you want to be, it's one of the best in the country, and he's been ranked third. As they come into turn 1 for the second time of asking, Stavros is there. Now Stavros is having one of probably the best weekends he's ever had at the Kimbolton circuit in 2024. His speed has been clear enough, and Scott Clee is in third. Now Adam Clark has been given a warning flag. I wonder what that would be for. Now what will Willis do here? We've got 4.5 minutes on the clock. He's got enough time to plan out a move. He'll be watching to see where he's quicker than Chafer, or will he just try to surprise him? Let's just see what happens then. You can see the outright speed he carries through the corner compared to Chafer. But as they go down to turn 1, Nathan Chafer's straight line speed cannot be matched by Willis. And watch out as well by Scott Clee. We've got the 3 fastest drivers here this weekend, all in the top 3. This is going to be a proper ding-dong battle to round out 2024 in the HKRC Club Championship. Well, 2025 is going to have a lot of expectations after this round of events. The drivers have saved the best till last, and we've never seen racing like it before. And as we said, Alfie Bray, if he stays where he is, he will be the Rotax 177 champion. He just needs to hold it together, and he'll be looking good. 3 minutes left on the clock, plus this additional lap. It'll be so unfortunate to see 2024 out, but we'll be looking forward more for 2025, especially if it brings racing just like this. On that last lap, George Willis was a 10th off Chafer, but Scott Clee set the fastest lap. Now here is a battle from 4th. Now Milner in that CRG kart has had a perfect start to the race and is up into 4th, with Stavros just sitting there behind. Now although Stavros is in 5th, this will be a perfect opportunity to mank out a good finish to end out his 2024 campaign. As they come into turn 1 once again, you can see the drivers using different lines. But I think after this one, I'll be going home and I'll be watching these finals over and over again. The racing involved this weekend has been absolutely incredible. You really couldn't write it. As they come through into that one, the complex once again. Oh, I thought that was Chafer for a moment, but that was Will Milner, who was having a brilliant race, has now gone off, and I think he hit that puddle at the Dan Weldon complex. So unfortunate for Milner, but I thought that was Chafer for a minute. I was getting a bit worried. But there is Alfie Bray on your screens. Going back to the front battle, Scott Clee is right on the back of Willis. What can these two do? They need to work together to stop Chafer from getting away. This will be very interesting indeed. You just have to wait as they come through one more time round the Downwelden complex. The time is ticking down. Just under a minute left, plus that additional lap. Anything can happen here. George Willis, will he look at a move for the lead of the race? No, he won't, but Scott Clear will look for second. Boys, you really need to be thinking about this now. You've got Chafer, who is absolutely on it. And you don't want to screw this up by battling with each other. Oh no! I can see that coming from a mile off. And George Willis is taken out by Scott Clee. Oh, unfortunate that for George Willis. He had such a good opportunity to win this race. And now instead, it's given away to Nathan Chafer. And now all Nathan needs to do is hold on for another lap. Nathan Chafer, who we haven't seen to the Kimbolton circuit in some time. He's joined us for the last round of the championship and has had a very successful day, it has to be said. As they come down for one final time. The final lap of Kimbolton in 2024 is about to be finished, and it's a brilliant drive by Chafer and Scott Clee. Let's just take the moment, let's enjoy the lap, let's just watch 177 drivers battling around the Kimbolton circuit for one final time. This has been a brilliant day of events, and we've seen action throughout the weekend. And for the final time in 2024, we'll go down into Kestrel Corner, and the iconic circuit name of Kimbolton will be unleashed onto the final corner as Nathan Chafer will come round in 177s to take the win. What a win from Chafer, with Scott Clee in second from Willis, who held on to third, but what could have been for the driver. But car number 43 with the Aircart Factory team, Alfie Bray, is the 2024 Rotax 177 champion for the HKRC Kimbolton Club Round and Championship. What a win from Chafer, and a consistent drive from Alfie Bray. We'll say it again, he is your Rotax 177 2024 HKRC Club Champion. What a turn of events here at Kimbolton. And after 10 rounds of exhilarating racing, 2024 is out. Here is your final results from the Rotax 177s. And wow, what are we to say about racing here in 2024? It's been absolutely unbelievable. The racing throughout the day has just been on a new level, and it's going to be a shame to see the end of our 2024 seasons. Champions were crowned, and it's been brilliant to commentate along the all 27 races we've been through today. My name has been Charlie Ellis, and with 2024 out, we'll see you in 2025. Goodbye.